Good evening, everyone. Oh, I know we have a full house in here, so we can definitely be louder than that. Good evening, everyone. There we go. Thank you all for joining us. The Durham Public Schools Education Monthly Meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, to serve, and to lead. Tonight, the administration will be presenting information to keep you up to date on our strategic plan. The interpreters for tonight are Vanessa Pena Ramirez and Marty Ramirez. Thank you all for taking the time to join us tonight. The next item on our agenda is a moment of silence. Thank you. Next, we have celebrations. Ms. Cooper.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Moore, DPS colleagues, and Durham community. One of the highlights of our monthly Board of Education meetings is honoring our students and employees for their tremendous accomplishments. Their success is our success, and we are pleased to acknowledge these celebrations this evening. We will begin with our Student of the Month, followed by recognition of the Northern High School Flaming Knights. We will then present our Governor School students, followed by our schools who earned Magnet Schools of America honors. Our Teacher of the Month and Employee of the Month will also be recognized. We will then conclude celebrations with our Employees of Distinction. Please welcome Dr. Jackie Tobias, Principal of Durham School of the Arts, to present our Student of the Month.
Good evening, Board. Superintendent Moore, thank you all for having us. It is my great pleasure to take a minute to celebrate our Student of the Month, Evan Byers. Evan is that all-around great student. He's that responsible leader in our school. He's the one, when I see him down the hallway, I'm yelling, "Hey, Evan, I need something." And he comes, "Yes, ma'am, what do you need?" And he is that person that always does that. Evan is what I call the voice of DSA. If you ever come at about 9:20, you will hear his voice on the intercom. I think I'm great on the intercom, but he is so much better than I am. And I will miss Evan being on the intercom. He's a talented student in theater, chorus, and the academics, of course. I don't know what I'm going to do next year. His mom and I were just joking. I need him to do the soundboard, the lighting in the back. And I'm like, I hope you got a replacement, because I don't know who's going to do that. So we're hoping that he has a replacement. Evan will attend UNC Chapel Hill. Yes, he has a 4.46 GPA and will study political science. Congratulations, Evan.
Congratulations again, Evan. We are so very excited to honor you this evening for everything that you have accomplished, and we know that a very bright future awaits you. We'd like to present you with a few items to commemorate your Student of the Month designation. Please step forward. First, we have your official Durham Public Schools Student of the Month certificate. We also have a Spark pin, and this is presented to individuals in and around Durham Public Schools who exemplify our core values. We hope that you wear it proudly and let everyone know that you represent Durham Public Schools. Our friends at Triangle E-Cycling know that you have a lot planned for your future, and they want to make sure that you are powered for success. They are presenting you with a laptop this evening. And now, please welcome Brianna Kennedy, Chief of Programs for the DPS Foundation, to the podium for a very special presentation.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Congratulations, Evan. Love the words from your principal. Over at the DPS Foundation, we are dedicated to supporting and championing our DPS students, families, and staff. And we are proud ongoing sponsors of a number of initiatives here in the district and the community. But I can say being a new sponsor for Student of the Month has brought us a lot of joy. The foundation believes that every child deserves well-funded, community-centered public schools that are rich in materials, human resources, and programming that supports the development of every child. And we fight for those schools day in and day out. We see our Students of the Month as examples of our Durham community and what happens when a combination of resources reach our students, families, and school staff. We want to continue to support your growth, and we hope that you will use this $500 gift card to further your educational passions, whether they are academic, in the arts, or I heard that you're going to major in political science, a passion of mine. Continue it, please. We are very proud of you and of Durham Public Schools. Congratulations. Absolutely.
At this time, we'd like for you to pose for a photo with Superintendent Moore. Parents, you are welcome to join in this photo as well. Mom wiping tears from her eyes. I know how special that is. Please shake board members' hands. Congratulations again, Evan. The Northern High School Flaming Knights culinary team is no stranger to our monthly celebrations. We recognize them in March for taking home top honors at the North Carolina Junior Chef Competition. The team has done it again, this time being crowned Southeast Regional Junior Chef Champions. Their tasty taquitos stole the show again, triumphing over 7 teams from 7 different states. Our champions are unable to be with us this evening due to a prior commitment, but we did not want to miss this opportunity to acknowledge them publicly on this very prestigious recognition. Congratulations to Brody Terry, Aiden Langford, Solomon Garcia, Miles Bates, Chef Peter Brodsky, and the entire Northern Culinary Department on this outstanding achievement. Please join me in welcoming Laura Parrott, Director of Advanced Academics, to the podium to present DPS's Governor School students.
Good evening, members of the board, Chairman Umstead, and Superintendent Moore. The North Carolina Governor School is a multi-week summer residential program for artistically and academically talented high school students. During the week of June 23rd through July 20th, students from all over North Carolina will be on site at either Meredith College or Greensboro College for 4 incredible weeks immersed in integrated academic disciplines, the arts, and unique courses of self and global reflection. Based on the enrollment of current 10th and 11th graders in Durham Public Schools, our district was able to submit 52 student applications out of the 89 received. Historically, the number of DPS students selected to attend Governor School has been about 20 students. I want to do the drum roll so bad. For the first time in over a decade, the Office of Advanced Academics is excited to announce the North Carolina Governor School selected almost 2/3 of our applicants. That means 32 outstanding DPS students were selected to attend this year's session. Before we begin recognizing them, Dr. Pittman, Assistant Superintendent of Specialized Services, will be assisting in passing out their certificates of recognition. And our coordinator of advanced academics, Mrs. Jamel Anderson-Ruff, has been helping organize us and will continue with that. So with no further ado, let's move ahead. Our Governor School students who were able to be here tonight, we have quite a number who have band concerts and dance recitals. You know, this is a busy time. So first, Cynthia Balin, Riverside High School, choral music. May Barametta, Durham School of the Arts, choral music. Mitchell Brennan, Riverside High School, social science. Davok Shah Coltrane, Jordan High School, natural science. Cameron Draper, Durham School of the Arts, dance. Ariel Essler Krakauer, Jordan High School, social science. Yodam Ginsburg Levin, Durham School of the Arts, English. Molly Glenke, Durham School of the Arts, natural science. Nolani Green, Southern School of Energy and Sustainability, social science. Theo Hubble, Durham School of the Arts, visual art. Ben Lee, Riverside High School, mathematics. Jacob Maynor, Jordan High School, natural science. Kaylin Myers, Durham School of Technology, social science. Elizabeth Neal, Durham School of the Arts, visual art. Andrew Pipeling, Riverside High School, instrumental music. Gabriella Roselli, Durham School of the Arts, instrumental music. Avin Schwartz, Jordan High School, social science. Nate Stimley, Durham School of the Arts, instrumental music. Lily Williams, Jordan High School, social science. And Leslie Yanez Cruz, Hillside High School, visual art. And while they are reassembling us for a group photo, our students who could not be with us tonight, Cassidy Barnes from Jordan High School, Gwyneth Barnhart from Riverside High School, Hayden DeRousey from Jordan, Ben DeSimeon from Jordan, Evan Fruth, Durham School of the Arts, Eleanor Isaacs, Durham School of the Arts, Mackenzie Jones, Hillside High School, Karma Livingston, Hillside High School, Greta Spagnardi, Durham School of the Arts, and Peyton Wan, Durham School of the Arts. An incredible group of students. Again, congratulations to all of them and to the families who helped them get where they are today.
In just a moment, we will recognize our schools receiving Magnet Schools of America designations. We are dealing with some transitions in the boardroom at the moment. Thank you all for your patience. In just a moment, Dr. Julie Pack, Senior Executive Director for Career and Technical Education and Magnet Programs, will come to the podium and honor our schools this evening.
Good evening. Each year, MSA, Magnet Schools of America National Merit Awards Program honors the top magnet schools in the United States. These awards recognize magnet schools that demonstrate commitment to high academic standards, curriculum innovation, successful desegregation and diversity efforts, and consistent delivery of high-quality educational services to all stakeholders. Schools must demonstrate this commitment through a lengthy award application read by independent reviewers, and only a small percentage of applicants win awards. This year, DPS celebrates receiving 10 of these national awards. Representatives from many of these schools traveled in April to the Magnet Schools of America Conference to receive their awards and engage in professional development related to successful magnet school implementation. Tonight, we recognize and celebrate the hard work these school leaders do every day to provide excellent schools for DPS students. There are two categories of awards. The first is MSA Schools of Excellence. First, we have Burton IB Magnet Elementary School. I was trying to promote you. Burton IB Magnet Elementary School Principal Tiffany Boss and Magnet Coordinator Amy Sanchez. Durham School of the Arts Principal Dr. Jackie Tobias. George Watts Montessori Elementary School Principal Jennifer Aguilar. Neal Middle School Principal Terrence Covington and Magnet Coordinator Nicole Edwards. Southern School of Energy and Sustainability Principal Jerome Leathers and Magnet Coordinator Danita, sorry, I knew I was going to say that wrong, Danita Shaw. And finally, the School for Creative Studies Principal Chandra Clay. Oh, sorry. And Magnet Coordinator Beth Rhodes. The second level of award is the Schools of Distinction, and we have 4 of those. City of Medicine Academy with counselor and principal intern Mahala Crenshaw. Lakewood Montessori Middle School with assistant principal Shay Neville. Lowe's Grove Magnet Middle School with principal Jessica Austin. And Middle College High School at Durham Tech with Principal Crystal Taylor Simon and Magnet Coordinator William Evans, who could not join us tonight due to a student activity at the school. So can we move everybody back for a picture?
Include the folks with plaques at the front.
Thank you, Dr. Pack, and congratulations again to these outstanding schools and school leaders. Next is our Teacher of the Month and Employee of the Month recognition, which will be presented by Michelle Hayes, Executive Director of Talent Acquisition and Employee Recognition.
Good evening, Chairman Umstead, members of the board, Superintendent Moore, and cabinet members. Every month, as you know, a teacher and an employee, non-teacher, is nominated for Teacher and Employee of the Month. These individuals exemplify greatness, tenacity, and perseverance and leadership, and they are nominated based on the theme of that month. This evening, we're going to recognize our May Teacher and Employee of the Month. Our Teacher of the Month is sponsored by North Carolina Central University's tennis team, the Tau Psi chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and DCL Consulting LLC. And Employee of the Month is sponsored by the Office of Human Resources. For our May Teacher and Employee of the Month, the theme is Celebrating Others. This is the individual who always celebrates others. This individual loves to see people win and always celebrates other successes. No matter how big or small the accomplishment, this individual will make you feel like you're on top of the world. We're going to recognize our teacher first, then our employee. Our May Teacher of the Month is Holly McLam from Glenn Elementary School. Oh, she's right by me. Okay, good. Holly McLam is a second grade teacher. With the theme of celebrating others and leadership, there was only one Glenn teacher who immediately came to my mind. Ms. Holly McLam has been a standout teacher at Glenn for almost 30 years. During that time, she has quietly established herself as a leader within the building for teachers, families, staff, students, and more. She has stayed the course at a school that has gone through numerous administrative changes, a potential takeover by the state, restart implementation, and more. She has nurtured teachers on her team and helped provide mentoring and support for teachers across the building. She has been nominated numerous years for Teacher of the Year and has grown her skills through her education, partnerships, professional development, and more. At a time when most teachers with almost 30 years of experience are looking towards retirement, Ms. McLam continues to grow herself and those around her. Just in the past summer, she led professional development for Glenn on how she integrates writing across all content areas. In a PD survey, teachers from across the school requested her to lead this work as they were blown away by the writing work for second graders have posted in the hallway. We are currently in the middle of the M class end of the year window. As of today, more than 75% of her students have met or exceeded growth for the school year, with many in the above or well above average growth categories. Several of her students started the year below grade level and ended on grade level. One of her passions is working with English language learners, and her students continue to show incredible progress on their access goals as she collaborates with EL specialists and utilizes tools to build their listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills. McLam's reach extend beyond Glenn students to all of DPS. For the past 2 years, she has worked the year-long EL academies and for many years has worked RTA camps, summer school, and more. Her passion to improve the learning outcomes for all students, not just her own, is evident in everything she does. Ms. McLam is a part of the school improvement team, leadership team, and more. She has taken the lead in organizing events as a part of the Growing Together to welcome new and returning Glenn families. She has opened her classroom to student teachers, teachers from other DPS schools, and this year, even the governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, when he came to introduce his breakfast initiative to the state. So congratulations to Ms. Holly McLam for being named Durham Public Schools May Teacher of the Month, and I will have Coach Lawson to come and give some remarks as well. He did the surprise for her the other day.
Good evening, everyone. As mentioned, the North Carolina Central University coaching staff had the pleasure of coming out and surprising Miss McLam just a day ago, and we had an opportunity to meet our family that's here as well. Want to give thanks to Principal Hunt for recognizing Miss McLam's extraordinary leadership. Congratulations on your leadership, your passion, and just your excellence. And also on behalf of DCL Consulting, we'd like to present you with a small token for your excellent work.
Thank you.
Our Teacher of the Month and Employee of the Month will receive a Spark Pen along with a Durham Public Schools tumbler. Our May Employee of the Month is Sabas Pina Ortiz, is Rogers Hare Middle School's custodian. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me read something about you. Mr. Sabas is our school custodian who is dedicated to excellence and has a tireless work ethic. He goes above and beyond every day, ensuring our building is welcoming for all. Mr. Sabas is kind to students and staff. His presence makes a difference in the hallway. He is an invaluable asset to our team. So congratulations to Mr. Sabas Pina Ortiz for being named Durham Public Schools May Employee of the Month, and you will receive a plaque along with your Spark Pen and tumbler.
Thank you and congratulations again. DPS is fortunate to have outstanding employees supporting students every day in every corner of this district. Our employees of distinction were selected by their peers and district leaders for their exceptional work in shaping our students. We recognize them at our Teacher of the Year celebration held earlier this month, and we are delighted to present them to our entire DPS community this evening. As I call your name, please join us on the red carpet. Our Assistant Principal of the Year, Crystal Cahill. Beginning Teacher of the Year, Lloyd Lindsay. Exceptional Children's Teacher of Excellence, Megan Ehrman. CTE NCCAT Teacher of the Year, Tyler D'Angelo. School Social Worker of the Year, Jerome Halen. Student Support Services Practitioner of the Year, Darlene Hampton. Media Coordinator of the Year, Esther Glenn. Building Services Employee of the Year, Anitra McGinnis. Child Nutrition Services Employee of the Year, Keisha Jones. School Planner of the Year, Kristen Brookshire. And last, but certainly not least, and I hope you all have had a chance to read and learn more about our outstanding Teacher of the Year, First Sergeant Jeffrey Matthews. If we could all squeeze in for a quick photo. We also want to acknowledge other employees of distinction who are unable to be with us tonight. Our Instructional Assistant of the Year, Kokia Demery, School Counselor of the Year, Sarah Matchick, Custodial Services Employee of the Year, Dave Henderson, Bus Driver of the Year, Rochelle McLean, Safety Assistant of the Year, Ebony Leak, Transportation Fleet Services Employee of the Year, John Strobel. And with that, that concludes our celebrations this evening. Thank you.
Wow, what a list of celebrations, wonderful celebrations of all the great things happening in our district. Next, I'm going to pass it to Superintendent Moore for the superintendent.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and DPS community. A little bit long tonight, just telling you. As the 24-25 school year comes to a close, I'm pleased to share an update on the achievements of our district students and staff. On May 2nd, Durham Public Schools hosted its annual Teacher of the Year celebration, honoring excellence in education. This special event allowed us to recognize our 56 School Teachers of the Year, district semifinalists, finalists, and name this year's Teacher of the Year, whom you just met, First Sergeant Jeffrey Matthews of Hillside High School. This celebration would not have been possible without the generous sponsorship of local businesses whose contributions helped to underwrite this event. I'd like to thank the DPS Foundation, Emerge Ortho, North Carolina Specialty Hospital, Triangle Media Partners, and ABC 11 for making this event possible. I'd also like to extend a very special thank you to Mark Jacobson Toyota, who presented First Sergeant Matthews with a very special offer of a one-year access to a 2024 Toyota Camry. We thank Mark Jacobson Toyota and all of our partners who consistently demonstrate in word and deed how special, important, and critical the role our educators have in education. Keeping in the spirit of celebration, DPS bid a fond farewell, and hopefully we'll see you later, to its employees who are enjoying retirement and entering retirement next week. We thank them for their, well, last week was the retirement celebration. We thank them for their years of service to the noble profession of public education, as well as their commitment to this district. They have been difference makers in our school buildings, on our buses, in our cafeterias, and everywhere in between. We will certainly miss them, but rest assured, I have already extended an invitation to all of them to come back whenever they want after 6 months. This week, DPS announced the inaugural recipients of the Bull City Teaching Scholars Program. Congratulations to seniors Adrian McCann of Durham School of Technology and Faith Crumpler of Hillside High School. Both of these scholars will continue their studies at North Carolina Central University and will return to DPS as educators after college. They already have a job. We are thrilled to launch this Grow Your Own program as we take innovative approaches to building our future workforce. Graduation season is here, and we kicked off the celebration of our seniors with the Project Search graduation on May 15th. Project Search serves students with disabilities who receive on-the-job vocational training to prepare for post-secondary employment. And just yesterday, we held graduation ceremonies for our specialty high schools. We are so very proud of our graduates and are excited for all they will accomplish in the future. We look forward to continuing our ceremonies for graduation in June. As we conclude this school year, planning is already underway for 24-25. Families are reminded to log into PowerSchool and update their students' contact information and request bus transportation for next year. It is important for us to know and hear from many of you. Thank you in advance for your cooperation to ensure a smooth start to the upcoming school year. Planning for the upcoming school year also means that DPS administration is taking critical steps to address the fiscal health of the district. While we await the final budget from the Durham County Board of Commissioners, we have already implemented some measures to streamline and strengthen our budget process. If you were following the joint meeting last week, you've heard us talk about some of these already. We have eliminated out-of-state travel, reduced in-state travel to mission critical only for 24-25. We have frozen local expenditures for the remainder of this school year. We have eliminated some flexibilities that have been exercised in the past for school-based staff for allotments beyond formula for 24-25. Primarily impacts classroom teachers and assistant principals. We have eliminated the flexibility of some other conversions from allotment categories that were permitted in the past. We have done some tightening on hiring and payroll of teachers regarding those that have emergency licenses, permit to teach EPP programs in order to make sure that we are maximizing our local budget and fully utilizing our state allotment of positions. We have implemented a review process for all non-school-based hiring, and we are looking to reduce all local non-personnel budgets for 24-25. We will continue to keep you updated regularly regarding any actions that are taken as we prepare for the next school year and close out the current school year. I also want to acknowledge the communication and engagement that we have received from members of the Durham community regarding the construction of a new Durham School of the Arts. We recognize that this facility, the existing facility, has been a downtown fixture for a century and understand the history that it embodies and the place it holds in the hearts of many. The 2019 facilities assessment determined that of all of our facilities, DSA was in the greatest need due to its age and condition. To address the need for a teaching and learning centered building that served best the needs of our students, the board approved the construction of a new DSA at the Duke Homestead site in the fall of 2021. Last month, the Board of Education approved the demolition and abatement that was going to be taking place at this new site. Based upon the standing unanimous board approval of the new DSA site, district staff is moving forward with the construction of the new DSA. We look forward to our community support and continued engagement as we prepare to welcome students and staff to the new school in August 2027. I'd also like to welcome back Dr. Todd LaFreeze as our interim chief operating officer. Welcome, Todd, again. And say farewell to Dr. Stacy Stewart, who retires on May 31st. Dr. Stewart, thank you for your service to this district, your dedication to public education. We wish you the best. And if you want something to do in 6 months, I'm sure we can find something there too. There are only 2 weeks left in our school year, and this year has certainly been challenging for the Durham Public School System. It is my sincere hope that each of our students, families, and employees have a relaxing summer break as we close out the school year and enjoy the time away from your school buildings, if you're in the school building, and if you're in this building every day. We can be so efficient when there aren't kids in the building, right? So this concludes my remarks this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Interim Superintendent Moore. We spent the time at graduations yesterday celebrating so many of our students, many who are graduating with an associate's degree, with certificates and certifications. So it's an exciting time as we close out the end of the year, which has been a challenging year for sure, and we still have a lot to celebrate. I did want to just provide, just a point of privilege, a quick update on our ad hoc committee. Following a historic joint meeting from the Board of Education and the Durham Association of Educators on February 15th, 2024, our board established an ad hoc committee to work together to determine a path forward for a potential meet and confer policy. The ad hoc committee attendees include board members Javanya Lewis and Natalie Byer, with an alternate of Millicent Rogers. Do want to note, board member Javanya Lewis is joining us virtually tonight. We have Interim Superintendent Caddy Moore, Deputy Superintendent of Academics, Dr. Nicholas King, Chief of Staff, Dr. Tanya Giovanni, as well as 4 employees appointed by the Durham Association of Educators and 4 employees appointed by the Board of Education. The employees represent a wide cross-section of roles and work sites across the district. And we also had attorneys present from Board of Education and the North Carolina Association of Educators who attended and provided counsel. To date, the committee has had 4 meetings, which have all been collaborative and open to the public. The March 11th meeting was facilitated by board member Lewis and Byer. April 1st, April 29th, and May 20th meetings were facilitated by the Director of Professional Learning, Lori McNulty. Draft policy language has been shared and discussed thoughtfully by all those in attendance. And every working policy draft under consideration has included majority or sole representation by employee representative organization, EROs, such as the Durham Association of Educators. At the May 20th meeting, committee members appointed by the DAE or Durham Association of Educators appeared, but they did leave prior to the moderator convening the meeting. Remaining ad hoc committee members continued working together on draft policy language, including suggestions to add additional meeting dates during the budget cycle, consideration of feedback from other EROs such as Teamsters, and several ideas for new avenues for worker engagement with district leadership and the board. This ad hoc committee is rooted in the shared values of our board and of our community. We've appreciated the Durham Association of Educators for bringing the Meet and Confer to our community. The work of the ad hoc committee is dynamic, it's been challenging, and it's ongoing. The ad hoc committee has not finalized the policy for consideration by the Board of Education or set a deadline. The committee is working collaboratively to accommodate unique legal circumstances we have here in North Carolina, and to also develop a policy that best promotes opportunities to hear from employees across the work sites and roles here in our public school system. The board appreciates each employee and their service to the students and families of Durham, and respect those who choose to join organizations. We continue our progressive leadership in North Carolina, and unanimously champion this unprecedented work. We're sensitive to the need to come together and not create division, but more collaboration between our staff and our board. We remain committed to the historic work as we join our community in advocating for full funding for our local budget and supporting our students and staff as we end this year and prepare for a new year in 2024. Thank you all. I just want to provide that update from that committee. The next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move the agenda make a motion the agenda be approved.
Second. It's been moved that the agenda is approved for our May 23rd, 2024 meeting. It's been seconded. Any other discussion? All right, I'm going to start with you. We're going to do a voice vote. I'm going to start with the folks in the room, and then we'll go to Ms. Lewis. So Ms. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Valladares?
Aye.
Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Carter-Alton?
Aye.
Ms. Chavez?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
This is Javanya Lewis, and I vote aye.
And I vote aye as well. Passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is our board regular monthly meeting minutes from March 21st, 2024 and April 25th, 2024.
Move approval of the minutes from March 21st and April 25th.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Carter-Alton. Well, any other discussion? Ms. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Valladares?
Aye.
Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Carter-Alton?
Aye.
Ms. Chavez?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
This is Javanya Lewis. I vote aye.
And I vote aye as well. It passes unanimously. Next, we have our general public comment. We have a lot of public comment tonight, and we're excited to hear from the folks in our community who've come to share their thoughts. We're gonna do a quick review of the rules. First, please state your name, and if you're speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments within 1 minute. When the yellow light comes on, you'll have 30 seconds left to wind up your remarks. And when the red light comes on, it will beep and indicate that your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider your comments, but we do not engage in discussion with speakers. I am going to call multiple names at a time. If you are here, please line up next to the podium so that we can move through this list. So Sunny Geraldo, Esther Glenn, Earl Williams, Valerie Lewis, Rachel Williams, and Madison, I think it's Goat. Please forgive me if I mispronounce your names. So I'm gonna read them one more time. Y'all come on in and come up to the podium here. Sunny Geraldo, Esther Glenn, Earl Williams, Valerie Lewis, Rachel Williams, and Madison Goat. And again, please correct me if I mispronounce your names. Sunny, please take us away.
Hi, my name is Sunny Geraldo, and I'm an instructional assistant at Southwest and part of the TA to Teacher program. I feel like I've been fighting this for the last year to get our tuition paid on time, to get our reimbursement done. I had to call myself to get a lift or something on my account just so I could register for the fall. I have 2 semesters left. I still have not had, I think, the spring semester paid, and I've spoken to several others, and it's nothing. I've emailed, and I've emailed. I've asked for a meeting with HR and the provost for Central and not have heard anything. This program is not going to keep going if we don't get the stuff done right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, yes. Esther Glenn. All right. Earl Williams.
Thank you, guys. I'm not a public speaker. My name's Earl Williams. I'm a special ed teacher. I've been with the district for over 20 years and a proud DAE member. And the reason I'm speaking here is just to talk to you about why it's important for you to recognize an organization that represents its employees. It all comes down to respect. You know, for far too long, the needs and the concerns of DPS employees have gone either unheard or ignored. Be that from working conditions to, conditions of the buildings. This can only go on for so long without people just leaving. And as you can tell by what's been going on with our district, that's happening in droves at this point. So people need to know that that you are, that you are listening to them. Even non-union members talk to me, ask me what's going on. People need a voice, and I think the DAE needs to be recognized as that voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Valerie Lewis.
Hi, I'm Valerie Lewis. I'm a parent.
You go ahead, Ms.
Oh,
Wilson.
okay, this thing. I'm Valerie Lewis. I'm a parent of 2 DPS students. I've emailed some of you and thank you for your engagement. I'm here to support meet and confer policy on behalf of our teachers and educators without more delay. I want my kids' schools to keep their really excellent teachers and be able to hire new ones. I want our teachers to be supported and valued. I also want DPS to be able to embrace the unprecedented momentum that DAE has built for our district, including the mobilization of parents and community members like me, all in service of our students. This includes their work to advocate for the DPS budget you sent the county, which if it passes will be undoubtedly due to DAE's organization. I also choose to be in Durham and my kids in DPS schools because it is a diverse and progressive community, and I want our board to embody these principles and recognize DAE. I know it's easy in a position of power to fall into the rhythms that reproduce oppression, like denying labor rights, and we can.
Thank you. Come on up.
My name is Rachel Williams, and I'm a sign language interpreter at Jordan High School. We, as a department, are here today to urge you to see us. Our department's classified staff are still reeling from the poor decisions and chaos of this year. We've worked tirelessly to keep our department running with fewer staff, more students, and more demands on us every single day. This program is running on our backs, on our blood, sweat, tears, and our love for these kids and the work that we do. It is entirely unsustainable. Today, we collectively took the day off of work, and we came here this evening to advocate for the future of our department, our staff, and our students. It's our hope that our absence today in those schools highlights the importance of the work that we do and shows the level of skill, support, and language access we provide to the vulnerable students in the deaf and hard of hearing population. You all received a copy of this letter this morning as stakeholders in our program. This letter details our thoughts, and we will be reading an abridged version this evening collectively.
Right. So I'm gonna go ahead and read maybe the next couple names so I can catch everyone in the group. Madison, Isela, Garcia, Sarah Leonard, and Jesse Haddock. Is that covered, everybody? All right. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Madison Grote, and I cede my time.
Hello, my name is Azela Garcia. I'm ceding my time to Sarah Leonard. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Leonard, sign language interpreter and work at Jordan High School. Durham Public Schools employs 10 American Sign Language interpreters and 7 spoken language facilitators within its program for deaf and hard of hearing students. Today, Thursday, May 23rd, we took the day off to emphasize the crucial nature of our roles and to collectively advocate for future pay of classified staff members impacted by the pay cuts that occurred this year. The DHH program is set up to provide a set of crucial services to a vulnerable population of students. Our DHH student population is widely varied and intersectional, with many students who have been diagnosed with additional disabilities, who have emigrated from other countries, and who have experienced language deprivation to varying degrees. Even with the support and community that we provide, our students are still underserved and at a long-term disadvantage. Providing our students with less than our current supports would be unequivocally unjust and detrimental to their language acquisition, socio-emotional development, and overall education. Surrounding districts such as Wake County and Chapel Hill, Carborough have extensive vacancies for DHH staff and must attempt to provide the majority of their student services through contract interpreters. Hourly rates for these interpreters range from anywhere to $60 to $90 for standard business hours. After this year's pay cuts, DPS is at a high risk to be in a similar position. Interpreters in our district now earn an average of $932 less per month than we were promised in October of 2023. Due to this change, many of us are contemplating leaving the district in order to support ourselves and our families with community positions that pay significantly more. If we are forced to leave, the district will find itself in a precarious position, both financially and legally. A low estimate of the financial burden is over $1 million. On top of the financial costs, if the district cannot fill these positions with contract interpreters, which is likely, they will be in violation of legal requirements in our students' IEPs. In 2023, Perez versus Sturgis established a precedent for families seeking compensatory damages from school districts that fail to provide consistent and qualified interpretation services. Our students' IEPs establish their legal right to qualified interpretation services as well as language facilitation from qualified staff. Without staff to act as these service providers, DPS will be in violation of students' legal rights under both IDEA and ADA. This violation will leave DPS vulnerable to lawsuits from families of negatively impacted students.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to read the next groups of names. Come on up to the podium, Jesse. The next group will be Julie Fox. Please come on in. Allie Skibikik, Jennifer Falls, Marcus Roll, Simone Cadu, and Delaney O'Connell. I'm reading one more time. Jesse Haddock, Julie Fox, Allie Skibikik, sorry, Allie. Jennifer Falls, Marcus Roll, Simone Cadu, and Delaney O'Connell. All right.
All right. So hi, my name is Jesse Haddock, and I cede my time to Julie Fox.
I'm Julie Fox, and I cede my time to Allie.
Hello, my name is Allie Skibitsky, and I am an interpreter at Hope Valley Elementary School. The classified staff of the DHH department has compiled a list of demands that will allow us to continue working as district employees and to serve the students we dedicate ourselves to each day. First, we will need the pay promised to us in October, which was found to be equitable with market rates for our skilled positions. Second, we urge the Durham County Commissioners to fund the entirety of DPS's proposed budget. The DPS Board of Education has included our department within the $200 EC supplement. This will be a step in the right direction for keeping the staff required to provide crucial interpreter and language facilitator services for our students. Third, we need contract interpreters to be provided for deaf staff members' personal and staff meetings. DPS interpreters have been forced to violate the Code of Professional Conduct, interpreting for meetings full personal information and meetings at which they should be attendees themselves rather than interpreters. If our demands are not met, we will be forced to make difficult decisions for the coming year, which will be detrimental to DPS, our program, and most importantly, our population of vulnerable students. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Falls. I'm a sign language interpreter for Durham Public Schools. I'm reading a letter from Becky Hagler to the members of the DPS Board of Education. I have been a teacher for students who are deaf and hard of hearing within Durham Public Schools for 25 years. I currently serve as an itinerant DHH teacher. For For part of my day, I also support the center-based DHH program at Jordan High School. To say today was difficult is an understatement. The DHH students of RN Harris, Hope Valley, Rogers Hur, and Jordan High School attended school today without an equitable access to communication, to language, to instruction, and to the curriculum. There are approximately 45 students with our DHH center-based programs that were impacted. Imagine how these students felt today in class without communication access, for them to fully understand directions, ask questions, or interact with their peers. Imagine how this has the potential to become the norm of functioning for our DHH students next year if we lose our expert interpreters and language facilitators. My name is Jennifer Falls. I will not be here next year.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marcus Roll. I'm speaking on behalf of my family and 2 elementary kids at Forest View Elementary. I'm asking that the board consider the Growing Together initiative and the necessity for broader leniency with granting transfers. Our youngest child will be rezoned to Lakewood Elementary next year, and then the following year will be rezoned for Lakewood Montessori Middle. However, our 6th grader, that does not come into effect for the next year. So we are being asked to develop 2 elementary communities and 2 middle school communities. Our transfer request has been denied so far and is in the appeal process. And I just ask that our transfer appeal be reviewed with the same spirit of collaboration and problem solving that our family is being asked by the board. Thank you very much.
My name is Simone Cadu. I'm currently serving as a president of the Durham Association of Educators. Even as our members work tirelessly to push the county commission to fully fund the DPS budget ask, formal unionization through meet and confer policy will always remain the highest long-term priority for our union, as it would be for any union. If the board is not ready to formalize union recognition this year, we can take the summer to do all that we can to get on the same page about this. Our member leaders will already be spending all summer talking to every single coworker and community member they can about union recognition. If after that, the board does not pass a standard union recognition policy at or near the start of the school year, we will have to spend the next year at loggerheads as well. We would prefer to focus the efforts of 3,000 plus people on actually addressing the conditions that are driving our coworkers out of this profession via a formal meet and confer policy. So we'd rather not still be here in September.
Thank you. Delaney, before you go, I'm going to read out the next group of names, all right? So next we have if you hear your name, please come on in. Dean Baker, Maggie Raddick, Allison Swain, Shamia Truitt, Jennifer Johnson, Aisha F. And I'll do one more, Carrie Eller. Come on in, y'all can come on up. I'm gonna read them one more time. Dean Baker, Maddie Raddick, Allison Swain, Shamia Truitt, Jennifer Johnson, Aisha F., and Carrie Eller. Please come on into the boardroom. Delaney, you can go ahead and get started.
My name is Delaney O'Connell. I am a DAE member and a DPS employee, and I cede my time to Maggie Raddick.
Dean Baker, I cede my time to Maggie
So
Raddick.
Dean, you do have to be in order. So Maggie would have to go next. You're next on the list. And okay, so then you would need to cede Delaney needs to cede to Dean, and then Dean needs to cede to, there you go. There we go.
My name is Delaney O'Connell, and I cede to Dean Baker.
Thank you.
My name is Dean Baker. I cede to Maggie Raddick.
And hi, I'm Maggie Raddick. I'm a 6th-year science teacher at Northern High School, and I'm a DAE member. There is an idea that some board members and some non-DAE ad hoc committee members are committed to, which is that here in Durham, we can make something new and innovative and better than legal recognition of DAE or majority union through meet and confer. This idea, frankly, is insulting and disrespectful and incredibly arrogant. It is arrogant to imagine that a tiny group of people in a room, many of whom hold anti-union beliefs, can make something up over the course of 3 months that could somehow be better, more equitable, and more effective than what public school districts in 47 states and DC do, and what private sectors in all states are legally required to do, which is to directly negotiate with the majority union through collective bargaining, or where that is illegal, through meet and confer. The union movement is over a century old and is full of generations of folks who have made so many sacrifices, including dying to fight for our union rights. Here in Durham, my union coworkers and I have joined that fight and have worked incredibly hard to build our union DAE into one that makes democratic decisions, one that is accountable to all of our coworkers, both union and non-union, through a disciplined organizing structure, one that fights to win, and one that represents over 2,700 DPS workers, which is over half of our staff. DAE dwarfs the representation, scope, power, and reach of any other potential employee representative organization anywhere in DPS, and certainly dwarfs the representative potential of any non-union employee that you selected on a whim to add to the ad hoc committee. The union busting done here by some board members has been heartbreaking and infuriating for me to watch and experience. Your claim to want something better for Durham than formal union recognition is ignorant at best or intentionally insidious at worst. Either way, you are working against the labor movement and the progressive politics and values you claim to hold. I am incredibly disappointed to have voted and campaigned for you as DAE endorsed candidates. I will not be voting for you again unless you pass a strong meet and confer policy that recognizes our majority union DAE as the representative employee organization, as the only majority union in DPS by the start of next school year. And I will organize my coworkers to do the same. Thank you.
So next we have Allison Swain, Shamia Truitt, and then Jennifer Johnson. Yeah.
I'm Allison Swaim. I work at Riverside, and I just want to say briefly, I really care about restorative practices. It's deeply important to me, and I see a strong meet and confer policy with our organized union as the best path to getting that in place with Fidelity in Durham. I yield my time to Shamia Truitt.
Hello, board members. My name is Shamia Truitt, and I have been a proud Master's in Education educator at DPS for at least 13 years. And I'm also a single mom who have four beautiful children that's a product of DPS. I love DPS. I'm not just saying that. And I truly appreciate everything that they have done for me and my family. I'm here because I am invested in DPS. Board members, we are in triage. We are in the trenches, as you already know. We can't wait. We are in the middle of a staffing crisis and are basically fueled by pay cuts, lack of trust in the district. Quality teachers are leaving left and right. It's like we're bleeding from the arteries. Wonderful teachers are leaving. Wonderful support staff is leaving. And they are an essential part of us. Our union is an essential part of the solution and will bring and make staff come back next year and stay next year. I'm not just saying that. Stay next year. We need our union voices to be heard at the table to express our majority union voices. It's imperative that you recognize our majority union through a legal and meet confer policy. We have the pulse of the people. I'm not just saying that. We are the majority. President John F. Kennedy.
Thank you. I have to cut you off there. Thank you so much. Next, we'll have Jennifer Johnson, and I'm going to read the next group of names before you get started, Jennifer. So Jennifer Johnson, Aisha F., Carrie Eller, Barb Tapper, Courtney Johnson, Caroline Brickhouse, and Joe Stapleton. I'm going to read those one more time. Jennifer Johnson, Aisha F., Carrie Eller, Barb Tapper, Courtney Johnson, Caroline Brickhouse, and Joe Stapleton.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Johnson. I cede my time to Aisha.
I'm Aisha Francis. I'm a member of the Union of Southern Service Workers, and I'm here today standing in solidarity with these teachers. I care a lot about the public school system. I am a product of a public school system. I have grown children who are products of public school systems, and I have 3 of my 12 grandchildren who are getting ready to enter Durham Public School System. It puzzles me about why you guys won't just listen. I mean, just as I am, I want a real seat at the table. I want my voice to be heard, and that's all they're asking for. They're not asking for the world. They're not asking you to give them anything that is above and beyond your means. They just want you to listen. How can we expect our teachers, we all as parents want our kids to have the best of education, but how can we expect our teachers to function when we have a school board that won't even listen? That's all they're asking for. I personally feel like you guys are acting as a corporation right now and not as a school board. In my personal experience, being a healthcare worker and a former fast food worker who had to go on strike 3 times just to get my needs met. 3 times. And it is sad to sit here today and know that these teachers, these educators have to take a day of protest just for them to get your attention. All they want you to do is listen. I want you guys to just suck it up. Put your pride to the side.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. I had to cut you off. Thank you. Ms. Francis, excuse me. Carrie Eller.
Hello all, my name is Carrie Eller and I'm an outgoing co-chair of the Duke Graduate Students Union. After a clear majority of grad students had called for representation, Duke responded by trying to overturn the right of grad workers across the country to unionize, a heinous and ridiculous effort that only served to delay our negotiation process, which has since been very productive. Unlike Duke University, which has garnered a reputation for union busting tactics, you have an opportunity here to lead by example. Implementing a meet and confer policy with majority teachers union at DAE is not only common sense, but would signify your commitment to inclusivity, transparency, and respect for the voices of our community's educators. By engaging in constructive dialogue, you can address concerns, negotiate fair terms, and ultimately cultivate a stronger educational environment for our students. Rather than seeking to overturn precedent as Duke did, you have the ability to set it by recognizing DAE, creating a foundation that empowers both teachers and students to thrive. Will this Board of Education commit to meet and confer with DAE representatives as the employee representative organization?
Hey, I'm Barb Tapper. I'm a physical therapist with the schools for about 25 years. I think it's important to know that as of today, I heard on June 7th, we have 0 EC teachers left at Durham Public Schools. And I cede my time to Courtney.
My name is Courtney Johnson. She meant nurses, and I cede my time to Caroline.
Good evening, board members. My name is Caroline Brickhouse. I'm a Lions Farm teacher, parent of a rising first grader, and 2021 Durham Public Schools Teacher of the Year, DAE member. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the board and Superintendent Moore for putting forth a historic budget ask and shining a light for the county commissioners on the amount of funding that is necessary to properly fund and run our district. With all that has happened since January, it has probably seemed as though we have forgotten many of the good things that you've done for DPS. Again, thank you. However, we cannot continue to live in the past and become mired in hurt feelings and bruised egos when we have pressing needs here in the present. To do so only furthers our state legislators' strategy of sowing division and eroding public education. I challenge you to take bold action for our students and our community. Show our students,
Durham, and our state that DPS is not afraid to make history and denounce white supremacist laws passed long ago in our state by working with and not against DAE through the adoption of a formal meet and confer policy. The majority of DPS employees have spoken, and our message is clear. Adopt, meet, and confer with DAE. Help is not coming from our state, despite all of Governor Cooper's best efforts. It has to begin locally, and it has to begin with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, before you get started, I'm gonna read the next group of names, all right? Here we go. Heidi Miles, Libby Manley, Amanda Ghosh, or Ananda Ghosh, Sonia Lopez, Christy Clem, Katie Canty, Dave McClendon. Trying to read handwriting here, y'all, so I apologize if I mispronounce your names. I'm gonna do it one more time. Heidi Miles, Libby Manley, Ananda Ghosh, Sonia Lopez, Christy Clem, Katie Canty, and Dave McClendon. All right.
My name is Joe Stapleton. I'm a DAE member speaking in favor of union recognition. I'm here to express a concern about the inclusivity of the school board. Given the low turnout in municipal elections, there are many people in Durham who did not vote for you. In fact, some even voted against you. And I'm just concerned about that inclusivity piece. How can those Durhamites make their voices heard when they have not selected you to represent them? I have a proposal. We should set up an alternative school board made up of hand-picked, unelected community members who oppose your platforms and give them decision-making power equal to yours. We can form an ad hoc committee to discuss how the two school boards can work together and make sure everyone's voice is heard. If this sounds ridiculous, that's because it is. And it is exactly what you all have been proposing. Thank you.
I'm Heidi Miles, and I cede my time to Libby Manley.
Hi, my name is Libby Manley. I'm a registered nurse, a parent of 2 DPS kids, and a proud member of National Nurses United, the largest union of professional association of registered nurses in US history. National Nurses United stands strong with Durham Association of Educators to demand that the school board recognize DAE as the sole organization representing rank and file DPS workers. Majority strong, DAE is the voice and the union of DPS workers. As such, this board must welcome DAE to the table to talk frankly about wages and working conditions. This board, we thought the most progressive Durham school board in recent memory, has a unique opportunity to partner with DAE educators, the folks who know most about schools and the needs of our students. I know from experience that workplaces are safer when leaders and unions can work together to solve hard problems. And this school year has been full of hard problems. With the chaos of unexpected wage changes and school closures, most of the nurses that I work with have kids in Durham Public Schools. And if nurses can't go to work due to abrupt school closures, patients with critical injuries and illnesses wait longer for the care that they need. So when educators hurt, I hurt, and my patients hurt. An injury to one truly is an injury to all. The commitment, passion, and courage of our Durham Association of Educators is inspiring. The public is behind these workers. Nurses are behind these workers. My union, National Nurses United, will stand with DAE until they get a seat at the table and can win the wages and working conditions they deserve. Thank you for your time.
Hi, Ananda Ghosh, Githens Middle School, EC separate setting teacher, DAE member. Some on the ad hoc committee suggest they can innovate something better than the established democratic processes of a strong union because that's what Durham does. Excuse me? What Durham does is deride majority worker voice as non-representative. I'm a Bull City born-bred, cornbread-fed DPS graduate and proud member of a labor union representing a majority of Durham's public school workers. What Durham does is take care of their children. What Durham should do is give a seat at the table to those working closest with those children. What Durham does is provide a progressive beacon in North Carolina, one of the last 3 states to bust unions with Jim Crow laws. What Durham should do is pass a strong meet and confer policy because that's progressive. We live in a state Tom Tillis once promised to keep the least unionized in the US in his effort to dismantle public schools. Don't do that. Recognize DAE.
Thank you.
My name is Sonia Lopez, and I'm ceding my time to Christy Clem.
Hello, Chris Clem, physical therapist, member of our majority school union. With our majority membership, we would have already been recognized in 47 other states, but I know y'all are very aware of that at this point. To truly improve our schools, DAE needs a real way to be involved in the decision-making process through a strong meet and confer with the majority union. The process is in place now, such as public comments, sending emails, and occasional one-on-one conversation. Those aren't fruitful. Those aren't going to cause real positive systemic change, and we all know that. If you want to start rebuilding the trust and trying to improve recruitment and retention, move forward with meet and confer now, before next school year. The classified pay crisis caused employees to leave and destroyed our trust with not only the board, but also administration. Classified employees don't feel any better now than we did in January. You can ask anyone in any school, and they're not going to tell you that they feel better and are confident going forward. There's been very little transparency in the new proposed pay, and we have so many ongoing questions. We just want a best case, worst case scenario for pay. We know we're not going to know where things land until the fall, but right now, with the comptroller's most recent proposal, 50% of the classified pay grades are getting no local raise next year. That seems worst case to start. We need to know what our options are so we can decide now, are we even going to come back next year? Are we going to look for other jobs starting today? No telling how many vacancies there are going to be when we return at the beginning of next school year. I know you know this because Barb just mentioned it, but come January 7th, we have 0 EC nurses left on staff. We've had multiple vacancies for years with that. The 4 EC nurses we had in January, none will be here come the 8th of June. Be the leaders in the state. Be willing to take a stand and set a precedent and be the first to value.
Thank you, Christy. Thank you. All right, Katie, before you go, I'm going to read the next group of names, all right? Katie Canty, Don McClendon, Kelsey Smith, Sebastian F. I can't read those. I'm sorry, Sebastian. Desmond Godfrey, Nick Irvin, T. Smith, Jesse Schmitz, Millie Rosen. I'm doing one more time. Don McClendon, Kelsey Smith, Sebastian F., Desmond Godfrey, Nick Irvin, T. Smith, and Jesse Schmitz. Millie Rosen.
My name is Katie Canty, and I cede my time to Don McClendon.
I am Dawn McClendon, and proud public school educator and a member of DAE. I want to speak to meet and confer from a nonprofit board perspective. And again, wow, I thank you all for serving on this because I serve on a teeny board. Recognizing the union in this meet and confer policy doesn't seem like a big ask from the nonprofit world. This is an opportunity to establish a long-standing board committee to work toward our common goal of creating a great educational experience. As a formal board committee, like a standing committee, the meet and confer team needs to be comprised really of board members and representatives from our formal union, which represents 50% of the workers, as you know. This is essential because we elect our worker representatives and we democratically choose our priorities. All of you have people who reach out to you via email and phone, and you have a constituency of your own. And this is important and appropriate way to informally hear the opinions of individuals.
The meet and confer policy with the union doesn't interfere with your ability to hear from everyone. But I wish for you to think of the formal meet and confer group needs to be board members and DAE union representatives. Other people selected by the district or board members make up sort of the informal voice. And I understand that you hear from that. DAE represents the formal voice of workers collectively and deserves, I think, a formal, longstanding committee. So I just want you to think of it that way. Thank you.
My name is Kelsey Smith. I'm a Duke University Press Workers Union member. My husband is a DAE member. I'm not sure what it is you think you're doing, but I think it's important to be perfectly clear that it is textbook union busting. It's recognizable to everyone, but especially to those of us who have experienced it firsthand. You claim to want to represent everyone, and yet you've positioned yourself against the majority of DPS workers. You're making excuses for Jim Crow laws against public sector collective bargaining that harms students, workers, and families, and you're attempting to sow division among DPS workers. If you cared about representing everyone, or even a majority of DPS workers, you would prioritize meeting with DAE through Meet and Confer to negotiate over how to improve Durham Public Schools. My union won recognition from Duke, and so will DAE, but you seem set on delaying the inevitable and on disrespecting and undermining DPS workers. If you think it's going to work, just know it didn't work for Duke, and it's not going to work for you.
My name is Sebastian Fetzlak, Iron Workers Union Rep, book number 1589531, and a Durham County resident. My trade, along with others, run apprenticeship programs here in Durham County and across North Carolina for students graduating high schools who may decide that college may not be their choice. We're proud of the people we train and the work we do. What I'm not proud of is, and I'm rather disgusted by, are the tactics utilized here against my brothers and sisters who work at Durham Public Schools. I'm ashamed that I have my tax dollars paying someone to advise the school board to respond to the teachers union with tactics that resemble something out of Ron DeSantis' Florida. I did not expect this in Durham County of all places. My union contractors oftentimes will negotiate labor agreements before construction of a project. When that happens, the contract covers all workers on the work site, whether they're union members or not. And our trades are the worker elected body to represent all the workers on that work site. Therefore, I ask, don't union bust and recognize the DAE. Thank you.
My name is Desmond Godfrey. I yield my time to Nick. I'm with the Union of Southern Service Workers.
Thank you. My name is Nicholas Irwin. I'd like to read a statement from Gabby McKinley, the Vice President of AFG 3347, the union that represents the federal EPA workers in RTP wanted to be here, but sends a statement of support. I'd also like to read a statement by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. To the Durham Board of Education, we have come to a moment in history of the city of Durham where there are choices to be made. We have come to a moment where it is the responsibility of those elected and appointed to serve the public to act in the best interest of the citizenry. Whereas we recognize the importance of a robust and complete public education for the children of Durham, we must also recognize the critical role that our teachers play in creating and fostering that reality. The educators who work tirelessly to serve and guide our children of the city must be compensated in a way that makes their lives possible. To facilitate this worthy and reasonable goal, we urge the BOE to meet and confer with Durham Association of Educators. The American standard for engaging in collective bargaining is that when more than half of the workers in question choose to be represented, their union is recognized as the exclusive bargaining unit of the employees. That threshold has been exceeded by the Durham Association of Educators and should be recognized by the Board of Education. The teachers of Durham deserve no more or no less than the American standard. Durham has a statewide reputation as a progressive and forward-thinking city. Let us not only pay lip service to the progressive ideals and goals, let's instead be the example for others to follow. Let us not only do the right thing simply because law or tradition compels it. Let us do the right thing because our collective consciousness demands it. Our kids deserve the best education we can afford them. Their growth and success will be the catalyst for the future of this community. Let's act like it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tashira Smith, and I'm a worker leader with the Union of Southern Service Workers. And I'm also a DPS parent of 2 kids at Hellendale Elementary. I feel like at this point, it's sickening that we have to even go through this. Like, it's disgusting. I shouldn't have to worry about how I'm gonna get my kids to school because I don't have transportation. I shouldn't worry about how my students' teachers, my kids' teachers are gonna provide them with certain things because they don't have enough money. This is ridiculous. We shouldn't have to be standing here fighting for this. Out of 50 states, 3 states are not, the teachers are not on the panel. Why not? Why can't the North Carolina teachers be on the panel as well? This is ridiculous. They deserve a right to talk. They deserve a right to be heard. Why don't, like, are you guys going through the same thing? How would you feel if you had to go through the same thing with public schools? How would you?
Thank you. So I'm gonna read the next group of names, Jesse, before you go. So we got Millie Rosen, Lorix Caffey, Riley Finnegan, NVR, Sonia Talheimer, Lucy Bergall, Aiden Graham, Charles Faulkner. I'm gonna do this list one more time. We got, and again, I really apologize. I'm trying to read handwriting. I'm not really good at that up here. Lorix Caffney, Riley Finnegan, NVR, Sonia Talheimer, Lucy Bergwall, Aiden Graham, Charles Faulkner, and we'll add Ann Jones. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jessie Schmitz, and I cede my time to Millie.
Ready? My name is Millie Rosen. I'm a 10-year educator at DSA, National Board Certified. I've been coming here for a couple of years. And I have some visual aids with my presentation because I think that's very important, and I'll be sure to hand them to you guys after so you can peruse them at your leisure. In 2018 and 2019, Natalie Beyer marched with educators in Raleigh. Earlier years too, I believe. In 2018, Bettina Umstead wrote how excited she was to stand with us. In her 2020 candidate questionnaire, Millicent Rogers said collective bargaining ensures rights for all people. Very similar sentiments were shared by Natalie Beyer and Bettina Umstead when answering the same question. But when given the chance to be the first district in North Carolina to actually recognize a union, something that would already be happening if we were in the private sector, even in North Carolina, they instead hide behind 100 years of anti-union, anti-labor rhetoric. It sounds shockingly similar to that of folks like Jeff Bezos and Tom Tillis. They say things like, it's not fair to non-union workers. They say, here are 3 people who work in DPS who don't want to join a union. They say, wait and see, we can't rush it, and then it never happens. Endless committee meetings when we never needed a committee to recognize the union. Again, a standard practice in 47 states. We can't say that we want workers to have a voice while refusing to recognize the union. The policy we brought you is not one we made up. It is based on the standard practice of many other districts and should have been voted on months ago. We should already be having these meet and confer meetings. None of us should be here at this meeting. We should be working on pushing the county commission to fully fund the budget y'all passed. 65 years of anti-labor leadership is too long. Hold the first reading tonight.
Come on up, yeah.
Okay, my name is Larkin Coffey. I'm a librarian for Durham County Public Libraries and a proud member of UE Local 150. I'm here to say that library workers support school workers and the right of all public workers to have a say on the job. Stop union busting, stop hiding behind unique legal circumstances, and commit to a robust, meaningful meet and confer policy with the union built and chosen by the majority of your staff. Thank you.
I'm Riley Finnegan, a longtime proud DAE member, and I'm going to cede the rest of my time to Noor, but I'd love if you'd recognize our union.
Hey, folks. I think that was my name listed as NVR. That's okay, Bettina. Hello, my name is Noor. I'm the proud supporter of Durham Public Schools. I am a DPS caretaker and parent of DPS students, and I'm also the executive director for a national nonprofit that's focused on workers' rights. I know firsthand the importance of having a collective voice when it comes to negotiating around workplace conditions. When I saw the news about DAE's proposal for a meet and confer, I thought it was a no-brainer. I thought, yes, this is the kind of board that would voluntarily recognize workers who are trying to unionize in the anti-union South. I'm looking at board members that I myself supported because I knew and I hope that you also saw the same radical vision for a South reimagined. A South that is reckoning with its racialized roots and informed policies and laws that have silenced generations of marginalized people and disrupt any united effort of working people trying to build power and act in solidarity. I also know that conflict can be extremely uncomfortable. I know that having your power challenged can also feel extremely uncomfortable. But it's within the productive workplace conflict that the push for necessary change is even possible. I hope this board decides to do the obvious right, agree to the meet and confer, and support DPS staff in having a collective voice. DPS lost a lot of incredible folks last year. Please make sure the people that remained feel heard. Thank you.
I'm Sonia, oh, can I go? I'm Sonia Tallheimer and I cede my time to Lucy Bergwall.
My name is Lucy Bergwall. I'm a teacher at Jordan High School and a proud member of DAE. I ask that you recognize our union as the majority union of DPS, and I cede my time to Aiden Graham.
Thank you. My name is Aiden Graham. I am with Unite Here. We are the Hospitality Workers Union. We represent 300,000 hospitality workers across the US and Canada. I was also previously the campaign manager of the North Carolina State AFL-CIO for 7 years. But I also grew up in North Carolina. I grew up about an hour and a half south of here in Moore County. I knew next to nothing about labor unions growing up. And it wasn't until I started working for the AFL-CIO that I learned that there were over 120,000 union members in North Carolina. UPS drivers, postal workers, AT&T workers, federal workers in the Social Security Administration and the EPA, the Carolina Panthers, the airline industry is heavily unionized, railroads, the film industry in North Carolina. So I was interacting with union members almost every day without realizing it. And I think that's the case for a lot of people in North Carolina. So a lot of my work has been educating elected officials and the general public about unions. And here is some of what I've learned. So one is that North Carolina has some of the worst labor and employment law in the country. It's not an accident that we have some of the lowest union density. It's by design. We're one of only 2 states that have a blanket ban against collective bargaining for public sector workers. Both that ban and our quote unquote right to work law were Jim Crow era policies designed to keep Black and white workers from joining together. A whole industry has developed to fight unions on behalf of the bosses. Anti-union law firms have existed almost as long as labor law has existed in this country, with the first one being founded in 1939. And their playbook relies on divide and conquer, misinformation, endless delays, and fear. But the reality is unions are democratic organizations. They reduce inequality, strengthen our communities and our democratic institutions as a whole. States with higher union density have higher wages, less income inequality, reduced wage gaps, better employer-sponsored benefits, stronger health and safety standards, and increased civic participation. Some research has found that union members are as much as 10% more likely to vote than their non-union counterparts. Part of how unions practice democracy is the process for establishing union recognition. So in the NLRA that was passed in 1935, which governs the majority of the private sector, the majority of workers in this country, it's established that a majority is, whether it's voluntary recognition or an election, is how workers decide who their exclusive bargaining representative is going to be. So.
Thank you. All right. I'm gonna call the next group of names: Charles Faulkner, Ann Jones, Zoe Moretti, Ariana Johnson or Jensen, Christy Patterson, Lisa Giraldi, and Micah Tweetmeyer.
Charles Faulkner is getting off his bus route. He's later getting here than he thought he would be.
We can move
Would it
him
be
to the,
possible?
we can move him to the end.
Thank you.
All right, so next we'll have Ann Jones, Zoe Moretti, Ariana Johnson, Christy Patterson, Lisa. All right, let's go.
Hey y'all, my name is Zoe and I'm a third generation Teamster and I'm here to fully support the board to recognize the Durham Association of Educators as a majority union and approve the meet and confer framework. This board needs to do right by its workers who make these schools run and give them a real voice at the table. This means a lot to me as a product of North Carolina Public Schools and as someone who went to school to be a history teacher. DPS workers have shown they're willing to stand together to improve their jobs and improve students' learning environment in the process. The fact that this board is attempting to pit workers and unions against each other is despicable, and ultimately it's DPS workers who suffer. So cut the crap, stop the stalling, meet and confer. Thank you.
Thank you. Was Ann Jones? No. Okay. Go ahead.
Ariana Johnson Wissick, Jordan High School, DAE. I yield my time.
It is certain in any case where ignorance is allied with power, that is the most ferocious enemy that justice can have. James Baldwin said that. We're sitting here today where we have ignorance and a whole bunch of power. Ignorance is a lack of understanding. We're very educated, right? Knowledge. Or the lack of wanting to understand. You know what this reminds me of? Slavery, where my ancestors were suppressed, their voices, their vote, the right to exist was suppressed. Our voices are being suppressed by individuals that hold power. How dare you think you can make a decision on behalf of thousands of workers who are boots to the ground every day in the classrooms on my working conditions, on my pay? You can make that decision on thousands, right? No, you can't. So let me ask you this. When you go lay your head to the pillow, what side of justice do you want? What side of history do you want to be on? Do you want to sit here and coddle Jim Crow? Because right now, that's what it looks like. Or do you want to set your pride to the side? Let's put on our big girl panties and fight and be on the side of change. You make that decision. I know what side I'm on. What side are you on?
My name is Lisa Girardi, proud DPS parent and teacher and proud union member. I cede my time to Micah Tweetmeyer.
Hello, my name is Micah Hunter Tweetmeyer, and I am just closing in on the end of my 16th year as a science educator at Riverside High School. I am on the DAE board, and back in May 2018, after marching in the streets of Raleigh alongside several of you, I was awarded the honor of DPS Teacher of the Year of 2019. Many of you have reiterated your commitment to workers' rights over the years. I have been so confused that our organization's inspiring fight for union recognition via a formal policy has been met with suspicion and disregard. It's not too late to move forward together, deepening our partnership in improving DPS for our students and making history for public workers' rights. This policy would allow for closer collaboration to ensure that DPS can retain qualified educators, all in the service of our students. I feel disappointed, but I'm not giving up on you. on my coworkers, or on DPS, and neither should our community. Let's work together on a meet and confer policy that finally recognizes the fundamental rights of those who teach Durham students every day. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna call out our next group of names, so please listen carefully. And I apologize again if I mispronounce your names. Walt Barone, I think W. Khalil, Miriam Emersoff, Leander Emersoff, Anne Von Holly, Alicia Hilton Dalton, Jane Wheeler. Come on up.
Hello, my name is Walt Barron. I would like to cede my time to Wafa Khalil.
Hi. This is a different subject now.
Wafa, can you pull that microphone down towards you? Thank you. We want to make sure everyone can hear you. Pull it down just a little bit more.
Thank you. My name is Wafa Khalil, a science educator and a strong advocate for public schools and sustainability. I'm here to urge you to reconsider the proposal to build a new DSA building and instead renovate the old one. Renovating the existing school, as you know, is environmentally responsible and beneficial. It conserves precious resources by reusing materials and prevent increasing our carbon footprint. Effective renovation uses far less energy than new construction. It prevents pollution and improves energy efficiency. Furthermore, preserving the historical and cultural value of the existing building strengthen our community's identity and continuity. Opting for renovation over new construction isn't just environmentally wise. It is a powerful statement that sustainability matters to this board. Renovating the DSA where it stands also promote environmental justice. Additionally, renovating DSA makes economic sense for our school budget that we are struggling with a little bit. You, the board, have the opportunity to be climate heroes for our younger generation by choosing renovation and green solution. So let's show our kids that we take their future seriously. I do. Thank
you. Next, we have Miriam. Nope. All right. Leander Emersoff? No. All right. Anne Von Holly, come on up. I'm gonna read the next group of names before you get started. Alicia Hilton, Jane Wheeler, Rachel Walter, Jacqueline Morgan, and Cecilia Polanco.
My name is Anne Von Holly, and I cede my time to Olga Hahn.
I'm Olga Juan, and I cede my time to Alicia Hilton Daniel. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Hilton Daniel. I'm a designer and builder here in Durham, North Carolina. I am standing here today with high hopes and determination that DSA will remain in its current location. Both of my daughters, who are 7 years apart, attended DSA. I moved downtown in 2011 when my eldest Chelsea got accepted. We were over the moon as Chelsea was and still is an accomplished pianist and musician. Most significant was that Chelsea could walk to and from school. My youngest, Chloe, would follow in her sister's footsteps, getting into Durham School of the Arts with her art also piano. Chloe served as junior and senior class president, and I was here last year when Chloe got her award. She participated in soccer, all within the walkable and diverse community of downtown. Most special were the walks to school that my husband Roger and I tagged along with our girls and dog in tow. It is vital that a school that calls itself the School of the Arts have a significant and visible presence in the downtown corridor. DSA's current location does that and so much more. The location tells a story of preservation and significant progress as it went from an all-white Durham High School to the cultured, diverse student body makeup it is today. The school's location allows visitors, newcomers, and longtime Durham folk to experience the many talents of our students. Many of us were forever changed by the George Floyd murder. I am forever grateful for the incredible and vibrant solidarity art pieces that were created and displayed by the DSA students along Duke and Gregson. The location of the school allowed all of Durham and visitors to Durham to take notice. DSA's location allows access to the actual arts that Durham offers. The DPAC, the Durham Arts Guild, the Carolina Theater, Ella West Gallery, showcasing Black and Brown artists, the 21C Museum, street art, murals, music venues of Missy Lane's, Motorco, free concerts in Central Park, and so much more to come. And let's not forget its proximity to Duke's campus and many Duke students who have inspired and mentored our DSA students. My daughter Chelsea's first piano tutor was a Duke student who we met just by walking into the Baldwin Auditorium. The arts and artists must remain where they can be seen, and that is downtown, and that is Duke Street. Thank you.
Coming up, Jane Wheeler, Rachel Walter, Jacqueline Morgan, Cecilia Polanco.
Hi, I'm Jane Wheeler, and I'm ceding my time to Rachel Walter.
Hi, my name is Rachel Walter, Durham for DSA. I'm a Duke Homestead resident, a longtime Durham entrepreneur, and a mom. I share all the same concerns you'll hear expressed from the DSA community. They are the reason why DSA needs to stay where it is. I went to Duke undergrad, actually. I'm from Greensboro, and fell in love with Durham. And I still remember seeing DSA walking around downtown back in 2005 and thinking how incredible this town already was and has since become, in no small part due to this, the presence of institutions like DSA. But I came here, if it helps, to add my name to this chorus as a Homestead resident. Our quiet neighborhood is just 5 small roads full of many longtime residents surrounding the historic Duke Homestead. We have a surprising amount of foot traffic for a neighborhood without any sidewalks, due to the many dog owners in our area, myself included. And it's already beginning to feel much less safe with the 3-fold increase in school bus traffic we've seen. Duke Homestead Road in particular is very dangerous. It's 2 narrow lanes with ditches on either side. It lacks a 4-way stop at its only mid-neighborhood intersection where my son and I cross the street on his scooter a few days a week, and where Tommy, an elderly man who has lived on Kirk Road for 45 years, welcomes every dog to his front porch with a giant milk bone. Professionally, I've had the great pleasure of helping Durham businesses build brands and bring products to market. Of the many leaders I've worked with, the most successful and inspirational are the ones who listen closest to their customers and the people around them. They make mistakes despite their greatest intentions, but when they do, they stop to listen to the market and they course correct. It's what separates the good from the truly great. It is not too late to listen and demonstrate true leadership to our community. We sincerely hope you'll rise to this occasion. Thank you.
I'm Jacqueline Morgan, and I cede my time to Cecilia Polanco.
Thank you. Cecilia, before you get started, I'm going to read the next group of names. Dawn Gearsey or Pamela Gearsey, Christine Westfall, Ann Jones, Melanie Middleton, Sanchez, I believe is the last name, Lee Boardley, Julia John Hodges Koppel, Mary Kopak, Matt Kopak. I really apologize, y'all. I'm struggling with this handwriting. Go ahead, Cecilia.
Saludos, mi nombre es Cecilia. Yo estoy con la organización Pupusas para la Educación. Primeramente quiero dar mi apoyo para la Asociación de Educadores de Durham. Es muy importante.
Cecilia, 1 second. I want to call the interpreter in for you.
Okay.
You can speak in Spanish and then we can listen. Now we have one of our interpreters come on in. Yes, we'll double your time. Can we switch you with the next person? Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Is that okay? Thank you, Cecilia. They're on the way in.
Hi, my name is Pamela George, and I cede my time to Christine Westville.
Good evening, board members. I'm Christine Westfall. I've lived in Durham for 26 years, and I do not have children, but I'm a product of the public schools, and I strongly support them and want them to be successful. I am a real estate developer with a focus on workforce housing, but one of my past projects was managing the renovation of lower school buildings, renovation in place at an area private school. And in April, I reviewed Durham for DSA's proposal for renovating the School of the Arts in place. And at first glance, I thought that the plan might be feasible, so I shared it with a colleague who has much deeper experience in both designing and managing school renovations. And after reviewing it, he told me that he also believes it is likely a feasible and sensible plan that will save substantial funds. He emphasized just a couple things I'd like to share. One thing is that renovations in place can be difficult for schools, but DSA's campus has a lot of extra space on it, which can make logistics easier in this particular case. But more importantly, he took the plan to a contractor that he works with regularly on school renovations and who did a high-level estimating process comparing the cost of renovating in place to building a new school campus. And they estimated that renovating in place would cost about 65% of what building a new school campus would cost. Now, I realize that that's just high-level feedback, but I do think it provides a strong indication that the board should pause work on new campus designs and do a deep study into the feasibility and cost of renovating the School of the Arts in place. And if we can save substantial funds by renovating DSA in place, speaking as a citizen who wants to see the public schools succeed, I think we should do that and redirect those funds towards other schools in the system that really need them for renovations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Cecilia Polanco y yo estoy con la organización Pupusas para la Educación.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Polanco. I am with the organization Pupusas for the organization.
Quiero empezar en dar mi apoyo para la Asociación de Educadores de Durham y urgirles a todos ustedes reunirse y conferenciar con ellos.
I am here to give my support to the educators of Durham and to urge that you meet with them and conference with them.
Y también hoy le dedico mi abogacía a mi vecino Jahim, un joven artista en el 9º grado en DSA.
And also I need to dedicate my advocation for my neighbor artist, a young artist in 9th grade, Jahim.
También le quiero echar porras a una de mis educadoras favoritas, Amber Santibáñez, que es educadora en DSA, y en platicar con ella, ella ha expresado que es importante que DSA permanezca downtown.
I also need to give a shout out to my favorite educator, Miss Ibanez, who indicated how important it is for DSA to stay in downtown Durham.
Es importante porque las oportunidades que los estudiantes tienen en esa locación es muy importante para su desarrollo como jóvenes y como artistas.
It is very important for the students that they stay there because they have an opportunity to develop themselves as young people as well as artists.
Tienen la oportunidad para tener important partnerships, colaboraciones con otras organizaciones. Pueden también caminar a lugares como Durham Arts Council, Carolina Theater, Bright Leaf y Duke.
It is important because they have the opportunity to participate in with other organizations like Durham Arts Council and the Carolina Theater, Bright Leaf and Duke.
El proyecto de escucha de los jóvenes que pasó en Durham, the Durham Youth Listening Project, muchos jóvenes expresaron que no se sienten bienvenidos en el downtown. No hay muchas oportunidades para ellos para participar, aparte de los barrios, los restaurantes y cosas que necesitan dinero.
Young people had expressed that in this project, Listen for Young People, they don't feel welcome in downtown Durham because there are not very many opportunities for them except for things to do that require money like restaurants, neighborhoods, and so forth.
La cultura de Durham, de Downtown Durham, impacta y es impactada por la presencia de DSA, y mover la escuela resultará en menos oportunidades para que nuestros jóvenes se sientan bienvenidos y puedan participar en nuestro downtown.
Durham culture is being impacted by the presence of DSA, and not having that will impact negatively in Durham.
DSA Downtown les da las mejores oportunidades para nuestros jóvenes estudiantes y artistas para poder ser exitosos, ser vistos y ser parte del tejido de Downtown Durham. Gracias.
DSA gives the young artists the opportunity to be seen and develop themselves as young artists in Durham. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias. And we got Christine Westfall, so we go Ann Jones. Ann Jones, followed by Melanie Middleton.
I'm Ann Jones and I see to Melanie Middleton.
Good evening. My name is Melanie Middleton. I'm a Durham native. I was born in Watts Hospital, the now beautifully renovated School for Science and Math. In the interest of sound financial management, please do not move DSA to a new location. I think the proven financial incompetence of the previous administration necessitates a more thorough examination of the equitable distribution of funds. I am a graduate of Durham High School, as are my 4 siblings. Our years at Durham High School range from 1966 to 1982. My son graduated from DSA. In fact, he was the first to attend the beautifully renovated car building as a 6th grader. He graduated the year as a senior, so 6th grade to 12th. It brings me joy to drive past the school on my way downtown, knowing kids are still inside these buildings, living out such an important stage of their lives. These buildings are not just nostalgic, they are special and historically rare spaces. And yes, in disrepair and need of renovating. But when the time is right, please put our funds into renovating instead of abandoning these buildings. I was also a public school teacher for 24 years. So I strongly believe we should exercise great caution and ensure that other schools are not unduly affected by construction of a new facility. I ask how many students and teachers return to school tomorrow in broken buildings and broken HVAC systems, rented. I know of many schools that are currently renting such systems. How many teachers?
Thank you. Sky Sanchez, Sky Sanchez, Lee Bortley, Julia, John Hodges Koppel, Mary Kopak, Matt Kopak.
Hello, my name is Sky. I yield my time to Lee Bordley.
Hello, I'm Lee Bordley. I'm here to talk about DSA again, not because I feel hopeful, but because there are three of my core values that are forcing me to keep up this fight. The first of those values is equity. I want to acknowledge that renovating DSA will be complicated. I know that it's a challenge to renovate a school when students are there, but I believe that we have to keep our eyes on the prize in this case and remember that we are called to use an equity lens, not a convenience lens. The students will benefit by the savings that we will realize by renovating rather than moving DSA are our younger and more marginalized students. So I encourage you all to think about the concept of equity. Second concept is avoiding waste. I simply cannot understand why this board is not pursuing the most cost-effective option. According to your own estimates, we would save at least $7.7 million by renovating DSA. Durham for DSA estimates that renovations will save at least $52 to $85 million. Regardless of the actual number that we eventually land on, why would we choose to waste money? Why would we choose to waste money? Especially when we are going to have to ask our community for money to support our teacher raises. Especially when we need to demonstrate to our community and before we have our next bond issue that we are responsible stewards of public funds. If you opt for the most expensive option, I'm going to have a really hard time encouraging people to vote for the next bond. And I have never voted against a bond. I've always been an enthusiastic supporter. The third concept is democracy and citizen involvement. In 2022, our community voted to approve the bond put before us with the understanding that 7 DPS schools would benefit. No one is to blame for the construction costs having risen, but I believe that this board is obligated to act in the spirit of that vote and do all.
Thank you. And before y'all get started, I'm gonna read the last names, three names we've got. Kimmin Austin, Lauren Sartain, and Charles Faulkner. Y'all can come on in.
I'm Julia Borberly Brown, and I yield my time to John Hodges Koppel.
Hi, I'm John Hodges Koppel with Durham for DSA, and we continue to listen to board and community concerns and revise our two concepts so that we can both improve DSA and fund the elementary schools promised to voters just a year and a half ago. Our options are not just renovations. They involve new construction to allow inadequate spaces to no longer be used for instruction. And our newest concept includes fully renovated space to expand enrollment by 250 students over the current capacity. It would also replace the sound system and seating in Weaver Auditorium. No temporary enrollment decrease will be needed under either concept, and both will save at least $50 million and up to $80 million over moving DSA so that promised elementary schools can be funded. Here are the things that will have brand new, purpose-built 21st century space under our concepts, and each with more space than they currently occupy. Exceptional children's education, dance, chorus, piano, guitar, science, and math. The engineers and architects we are working with have well over 100 years in combined experience doing just these kinds of projects. We know that improving DSA can be done, and at nowhere near the cost, nor taking as long as the staff has been asserting, so far without sharing any of their information. It's not too late. Even with the money already spent on design and demolition, our concepts can still improve DSA and fund more elementary schools. This is a decision you are free to make, not one forced on you by COVID or supply chains or the amount of funding from county commissioners. Please make the choice that benefits more schools and more students, and the choice that the majority of students, teachers, parents, and community members seem to want. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mary Kopak, and I cede my time to Matt Kopak.
Hi, I'm Matt with Durham for DSA. How often do y'all have a chance to be heroes? You have a lot of tough choices. I'm a Club Boulevard parent where the HVAC breaks regularly, where our kids cannot drink the water, where some kids are in unsuitable learning environments. If you move forward with the new DSA at $256 million, you will have to delay 4 elementary schools desperately in need of repair. You can do at least 2, maybe more, elementary school upgrades now and take the time to do an awesome DSA downtown. Either way, someone waits. It is a tough choice, but I think it is a clear choice. Save $50 to $85 million by improving DSA downtown? Check. Make a state-of-the-art DSA with expanded enrollment downtown? Yes. Have a healthy space for exceptional children? Absolutely necessary. Make one of the best auditoriums in downtown Durham new and shiny? Yes. Prioritize our elementary schools sooner? You can do it. Avoid sprawl and protect the climate? Done. So many parents, students, teachers, residents, white, black, and brown, have always wanted Durham DSA to stay downtown. You just needed to ask. You're short from the county on your budget. Staff are demanding fair pay. We can point fingers, but DPS can do a lot with $50 to $85 million. Just ask all the folks who spoke before us. It is in your control. You can be heroes, fiscal heroes, climate heroes, heroes for the homestead kids and dogs. You can set an example as leaders by showing a willingness to change your minds. We ask for a pause, transparency from staff, and engagement. Please do take this seriously. Don't lose the forest for the trees. There is still time to listen. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Kim Austin, and I cede my time to Lauren Sartain.
Hi, my name is Lauren Sartain. You all know by now I'm a DPS parent. I'm here tonight, though, to read a letter on behalf of a DPS 4th grader at my kid's school who asked me if I could share it with you this morning. Dear School Board, I go to EK Poe. Our school would like more money for our playgrounds because our playgrounds are, in my opinion, boring. Also, our playgrounds are not safe, and we know that because we failed inspection. Our school also needs bigger classrooms because we have 26 students in my class and it's really stuffy in there. Finally, the air conditioner is broken, so we would also like some money to fix the AC. Thank you. When I ran into the student this morning, they also wanted me to let you know that the HVAC has been fixed and to thank the DPS maintenance workers who did it, especially since they're classified staff whose pay 5 of you decided to cut. However, it took many emails to the board for anything to happen. Holding the district accountable for providing basic repairs isn't actually something the parents or school-based staff should have to spend time doing. We should be focused on our own kids' learning and development. Unfortunately, these problems are not unique to my kid's school. On the state's biennial survey of employees, 35% of DPS school-based staff reported that their building was so poorly maintained that it hindered learning. 35%, compared to 26% of staff statewide and 24% in Wake County. This is not just because of Raleigh. Now, I'm not a budget expert, nor am I responsible for approving the district's budget or overseeing the district's spending. That's the school board's job. However, when buildings are persistently not maintained year after year, you end up in a situation the district is in now, building a new DSA that doesn't have the funds to complete, even after the community passed the district's bond initiative. Letting buildings deteriorate and replacing them with new buildings cannot be the solution. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauren Kaplan. I'm a graduate of Durham School of the Arts. I graduated in 2017. Originally went to Central Park School for Children, so I've been in DPS all my life. I want to talk about the campus. I think more than just the historic nature of it, the location is important because one of the most important things about DSA to me was that no one there was the same. Everyone was coming from different backgrounds. Everyone came from every single part of Durham. It's been a consistent thing that we've talked about in this city of resources going out to the suburbs, going out of downtown, out of certain neighborhoods. DSA to me represented the whole city coming together, putting kids in. Anyone got an opportunity. It was lottery, it was luck. Anyone could do it. If you take that away and you take them out of downtown, you're taking something important away from Durham, and it won't be the same. Thank you.
Thank you. One second before you get started, I want to make sure Charles Faulkner was also on the list. Doesn't look like he had an opportunity to come in. All right, come on up.
Hi, my name is Sherry Zan Rosenthal. Lauren Kaplan, who just spoke, is my godson, who I raised. I spent a lot of time at DSA when he was a student there from 6th right through 12th grade. And I agree with him that moving DSA out of downtown will undermine DSA's mission. By moving it away from the artistic community downtown, and you've heard about all the different organizations, and he toured many of those, including, for example, Black Space and other unique spaces that we have downtown that are so accessible to the kids. And it makes it tougher to maintain the diversity of the student body. The history of Durham's high school should be respected and we should preserve it. Finally, there's a proposal to turn that site into housing, what's bandied about as faculty housing. And I have to say, after my long years working for Durham City government, I see that site as one that many developers would love to get their hands on. And I think that we should be very careful about thinking that that is authentic.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our general public comment. Board members, the next item on our agenda is our consent items. We have a full list of different items here that have been reviewed by the board in advance of today's meeting.
Madam Chair, I move approval of the consent agenda, items A through N.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Rogers, that we approve our consent items, A through N. Any other discussion? All right, we will do a voice vote. Ms. Rogers.
Aye.
Ms. Valladares.
Aye.
Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton.
Aye.
Ms. Chavez.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis.
This is Javanya Lewis, and I vote aye.
And I vote aye as well. The consent items passed unanimously. The next item on our agenda is from Academic Services, the CTE local application.
Good evening, members of the board. This evening, I welcome to the Pack, our Senior Executive Director of Career and Technical Education. I'll let her introduce her staff, Mr. Harris. But tonight we bring to you the CTE local application that must be approved for action by the board. Dr. Pack will highlight the components of what will be contained in it and how the plan was developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pittman. Good evening, Chair Umstead, board members, and Superintendent Moore. Under the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act of 2018, or Perkins 5, as we like to call it, each local education agency is required to develop a plan to outline the use of CTE funding to provide career awareness, exploration, and preparation here in Durham Public Schools. Tonight, I am happy to be here to provide an update on the CTE program and to provide an overview of the work in our CTE local application. I'd like to recognize Mr. Darian Harris, our CTE lead coordinator, who is here with me tonight to assist in answering any questions that you might have. Next slide, please. The DPS CTE program provides a wide range of pathway options in 7 program areas across the district in grades 6 through 12. In alignment with the Perkins legislation and NCDPI requirements, our program is held to high-quality program standards or performance indicators that are tracked each year. So, who participates in DPS CTE? We have about 9,586-ish total students in grades 6 through 12 who take multiple courses, so that's an unduplicated count. 57% of them are male and 43% are female. 42% are African American, 33% Latino or Hispanic, 18% white, 29% are English learners, and 5.42% are individuals with disabilities. Next slide, please. Tonight, I'd like to, take a moment to celebrate the work of the CTE staff in regard to the performance of our students. Our first celebration is the CTE concentrator graduation rate. In 2023, we had 837 CTE concentrators, which are students who completed a 2 or 3 course pathway. Of those students, 99% of them graduated with their cohort. CTE gives relevance to students' educational experience, and the data show that students invested in a pathway finish high school. In addition to the graduation data, we are also pleased with our post-secondary placement measure for 22-23. This indicator measures positive placement of CTE concentrators from the previous reporting year who in the second quarter after exiting their high school career reported positive placement in advanced training, military service, national or community service, Peace Corps, employment, or post-secondary education. Both of these measures have all of our subgroups higher than 95%. So we're very excited about that. Next slide, please. We are also excited about our performance in regards to the attainment of recognized industry credentials. This indicator measures the number of CTE concentrators who earned a credential aligned to a CTE course in their pathway of concentration. Over the course of the last 3 years, we have grown our credential attainment exponentially. The graph before you shows that growth. The blue bars are our performance over time. The red measure is our district goal set by the state, and the green line is the state goal that is set for all LEAs. We'll talk more about our plan to do this in the plan to continue this growth in the coming slides, but I want to recognize the hard work of our teachers and our students in making this tremendous growth. Like Mr. D'Angelo, who was here before tonight, being recognized as CTE Teacher of the Year. Next slide, please. Finally, we would like to celebrate our teachers and our students for their work in the continuing to raise our program quality measure. This indicator measures the percentage of CTE participants, not just concentrators, but all students who take a CTE course, who met proficiency on the proof of learning for each of those CTE courses. That includes our CTE post-assessments, performance-based measures, and third-party and local assessments. This measure does not consider courses with credentials as their proof of learning. That was in the other measure. So again, the blue bars show our performance over time. We're continuing to grow up. The red bar is our local benchmark that is set for us by the state, and the green is the state performance measure and goal. Next slide, please. In CTE, we plan for success. Our local application outlines the work that we will do to improve our achievement outcomes. Every 2 years, we conduct a comprehensive local needs assessment to determine where our greatest opportunities for improvements are, and our plan includes strategies to address those needs. Our latest needs assessment was completed during the 23-24 school year to inform our plan for 24-25. This graphic summarizes the work of the CTE team to continue to improve and is posted in every classroom for our students and our teachers. You'll click one. The first area of focus is on high quality instruction. Sorry, we click ahead. There you go, thank you. High quality instruction includes standards aligned content that involves hands-on skill practice and development of using research-based practices. One of these key practices is using formative assessment to guide learning and provide individual feedback. Additionally, we'll be supporting content-based PLC meetings to share best practices across the district for our CTE teachers. Click again. While we're happy about our credential attainment growth, we desire to have higher attainment rates. Therefore, our second focus area is credential attainment. We have dedicated funding to support credential attainment for all students, and students are able to access the credential at no personal cost. Additionally, we are focused on ensuring that our teachers can earn the credentials the students are also earning with our B1 to Teach 1 work. Next, click. In addition to these areas, we are focused on eliminating disparities. While we celebrate the improvements that we've made, we acknowledge that we have gaps between subgroups that need to be addressed. The Perkins legislation names 9 student categories that we must provide additional supports to that include individuals with disabilities, individuals from economically disadvantaged families, including low-income youth and adults, individuals preparing for non-traditional fields, single parents, including single pregnant women, out-of-workforce individuals that are served at the community college level, English learners, homeless individuals described in the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, youth who are in or who are aged out of the foster care system, and youth with a parent who is a member of the armed forces and is on active duty. We have dedicated CTE support staff called Special Populations Coordinators to support these students at the school level, led by our district CTE Equity Coordinator. In addition to performance, we want to make sure all students have an opportunity to actually access CTE courses and work-based learning experiences. We have a special focus on ensuring that we do a better job of communicating these opportunities to ensure access across a wide range of students. And click our final time. Finally, our work is focused on ensuring all students are prepared for their career journey. We believe that all students are on a career path, whether they enter after high school, after post-secondary education or training, or military. To that end, and to align with new legislation, we are collaborating with the Student Services team to ensure every student has a career plan by at least the 8th grade that is revisited in the 10th grade. Career opportunities are open to all students, not just those who take CTE courses. And to provide those experiences, we're committed to maintaining and growing our partnerships in the community and industry. I'd like to take a moment to highlight one of those career development activities for all, which is our 8th grade Career Accelerator event that occurred for our first time in October of 2023. Let me, if you'll click to the next slide. On October 24th, we brought all of the DPS 8th graders to the Durham County Stadium to learn about potential jobs in Durham County and learn about the CTE pathways offered in DPS that align with those jobs. We had over 100 vendors and many volunteers who gave their time for this event. So I'd like to show you this short video to give you an idea about the impact that the event had and invite you to save the date for our next accelerator on October 22nd. If we can play the video. Okay, we'll get you the video so that you can see it. I know, right? I'd like to thank the DPS Foundation for their partnership in planning and implementing this event for our students. Next slide, please. Oh, well, that's all right. Thank you for your support. Genuinely, thank you for your support of career and technical education in Durham Public Schools. This concludes my presentation. Mr. Harris and I are here to answer your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Pack, for your leadership and all the great work that we're doing with our CTE programs. Pretty incredible what you can graduate with from DPS and being ready for your career. Board members, questions, comments? Ms. Valladares?
I have a question in terms of reflection. That graduation rate, 99%. We have been proud as a district, to have raised our graduation rate like by 4 points, but 99% is where we want to be. Do you have any reflections on what specifically about the program, the CTE program, the pathways, works in this case to continue to keep our students engaged, give them a view of the future careers that they can go into, maybe that career readiness, I would say. What are some of those ingredients, wonderful ingredients that we can talk about as it relates to CTE?
Right. Well, I will share that the secret sauce that makes that happen isn't just unique to CTE. If we pulled the data probably on our art students, on our ROTC students, on our students who are connected to school in some sort of continuing pathway, those are the students who are staying in school. And that's the secret, right? It's finding that relevance, being involved and being seen in things that you like or enjoy or connected to what you want to do. And so we do that in CTE, and we collect the data, but I would submit that we would see that across other areas also.
And then I'm always also wondering about expansion, where we are right now. Where do you envision, especially with a program that is working so well for many of our students?
So our expansion is going to be looking at growing our presence in middle schools to as part of the secondary vision of growing together to really make sure that career exploration is early and wide in middle school. Right now, our middle school courses are very program area centric. So depending on what middle school you go to, depends on what program you are being exposed to. And we are in the process of shifting. We're going to be piloting at about maybe hopefully 5 to 6 schools. We've already committed to 3 of a career exploration program where students would go through every type of career that we have program attached to at the high school in the middle school. And that's not just going to help with their career selection, it's going to help them with their course pathway and how they might plan their 4-year plan in high school and beyond. And so we're excited about that. That's where we're going to be investing a lot in the future.
And there's just the last one, expanding opportunities, including some of the like the need in the district for language access. And I know that's just something I just want to keep bringing. I know that we're still building that, but we're talking about interpreters that go to Durham Tech, but just thinking of pipelines in terms of they're currently right now looking for a director who's going to teach the course at Durham Tech, and they need to have a master's, right? So it's like there's opportunities in that field in terms of education, and I'm thinking about how CTE will also include an opportunity for language access to be included. So,
yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. Ms. Chavez?
I was gonna joke that I thought Ms. Valladares was gonna suggest AI for another, a next field. The branching out. Yeah, yes, there you go. So I also just want to say thank you. It's just awesome data to see. And I think that it's really amazing to see that so many kids find purpose in the programs that we offer. I'm continually impressed at the range of programs that we offer as a district. And thank you for working in the demographics. I shot a question out not long before the board meeting, so I'm happy to know those numbers. And I also wanted to appreciate all the different disparities that you said you're working to address. You mentioned young parents or single parents, and that's a population that I don't think we mention enough. But it's even more crucial for some students to be able to find a purposeful and lucrative, or maybe not lucrative at first, but work that will help them to support themselves and their families. So I just wanted to say that I hope we continue to, and I know we will continue to diversify programs where there are disparities and look at the disaggregated data. And then I just wanted to say thank you to you, Dr. Pack, for all that you have done for Durham and the many collaborations and partnerships that you have been a part of, the Bloomberg Philanthropies Project, so many things. So it's very impressive work. And so thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Ms. Byer?
So I want to echo those sentiments, that you have been a visionary leader as we have asked you to do more and more. And in addition to your CTE work, you have done Growing Together, you have stepped into magnet programs, you have such a broad scope. But I'm so sad that the video on Accelerate didn't work, because I was lucky enough to attend. And for those that weren't able to, every DPS 8th grader in the district was given a t-shirt, color-coded, logistically managed, brought over to the stadium where we had employers, we had high school reps, we had teachers, they were supervised and fed, and they learned not only their career options that they might consider with fire trucks and bucket trucks and all kinds of fun hands-on things and robots showing off, but they also got to look at our different high school programs and try to think for themselves where they might like to follow their dreams and aspirations within Durham Public Schools. And so thank you to your team for envisioning that and making that happen on a perfect spring, no, fall day
I know,
last
right?
year. Yeah, yeah. And just the tremendous work that is to go early back into middle school and really get students engaged and find their why. So look forward to getting the word out. I know Ms. Cooper is always looking for good news stories. I think the only thing that makes me sad about CTE is that people never understand. We have to keep telling and retelling that we're doing these amazing programs. They're available in Durham and where they are, because the public's like all the time, why don't we do vocational ed anymore? We do. We really, really do, and we do it at such a high level. So I appreciate all of your leadership in that. Thank you.
Thank you. The team effort.
I too just want to say thank you for sharing the data and all the stats impressive. And I 100% agree that when students are connected to something, we know that that makes a huge difference. I remember talking to some of the skills trade students at Southern, and that's what they said. They said, this is like my family. These are my people. I'm so excited to come to school every day to get to be in this class. I really also am excited to hear about the 8th grade. I think one of the kind of opportunities that we can grow in is that 8th to 9th grade transition, and how do we make sure students are transitioning into a program that they're excited about. And there are many kids that I can think about that I wish had transferred right into a CTE program, because I think it would have kept them more engaged in school when it came to high school. So I'm glad that we're expanding that, and I hope we work with our counselors to make sure they're being able to really make those recommendations into the right pathways to keep students really engaged when they hook them early in 9th grade. Ms. Lewis has a comment, and then I'll look back to my board, but I'll pass it over to Ms. Lewis. Thank you, Dr. Pack, and your team.
Thank you.
I just want to echo the same sentiments of the board, particularly Ms. Byer, Ms. Umstead, as you were just sharing. I have an 8th grader who went to the Accelerate event, and to your point, Ms. Byer, it was the different high school options that he got to do more exploring on his own outside of our showcase of schools. And that really did make a difference as in his trajectory and looking into what his options would be. Durham Public Schools has many wonderful options for our students, and to engage them in that level at 8th grade was incredible. I also want to just recognize DPS Foundation, who continues to support us in so many efforts to help support the Accelerate. So as you continue to show up in the Durham community, I thank you for partnering even with the downtown Durham and with the city of Durham, and finding opportunities for our students really makes a difference. So I just want to just echo the sentiments that have been shared already, and I too wish that that video could have been shown, because it is just incredible work that we're doing as we continue to focus on how do we increase that sense of belonging for our middle school kids. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Board, this is for action before us this evening.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Valladares and is seconded by Ms. Byer that we approve the CTE local application. Is there any other discussion? We'll start with Ms. Rogers.
Aye.
Ms. Valladares.
Aye.
Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton.
Aye.
Ms. Chavez.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis.
Hi.
Can you state your name for us, Ms. Lewis?
Oh, yeah, this is Javanya Lewis. I vote aye.
And I vote aye as well. It passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Thank you. And we'll make sure you get a link to the video so you can watch it.
Thank you. Well, we're gonna need to take a quick recess while we prepare for our next presentation. They'll need a little time to set up. So we'll take about 5 minutes.
Carrie, while we're not online yet, can you do a quick mic check for me?
Okay. How are things there in Durham today?
Try it again, say, okay, talk again, Carrie.
Okay. It's raining here. What's the weather like down there?
All right, we're back. Thank you all for your patience as we get set up for the presentation. I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Moore.
Good evening again, everyone. I'm just going to do a little quick setup before I turn it over to either Dr. Lassane or Mr. Crutchfield, who's joining us virtually. So as a couple of steps moving forward, things that we owe our community and some other work that the board has requested. One of those things is the creation of a salary administration policy that staff has been working on. They pulled a focus group together and have been asking folks to weigh in on different aspects of it. We've shared it with our attorneys who are reviewing it as well. Tonight really is a discussion of a first draft. We do not anticipate it being ready for even a first read until the next board meeting in June, perhaps. And then the second board meeting would be second reading. So there's still a good while to go before this is adopted. So we're having discussion this evening of the current version of the draft with the board. I want to go ahead and let you know that this policy will require that we do an RNP with it so that we can have some of the more fine detailed regulations and procedures that will need to go with it to implement it. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well this evening. And then the other piece that's been hanging out there that we've not delivered on is an opportunity to provide all of our employees with a projected salary document for the next school year, one that shows what their salary, if they were in the same position, would have been in 22, 23, and then what it was with the Hill implementation, what it is now based on 22, 23 plus 11, then what it would be based on Mr. Crutchfield's schedules that he has developed, and then maybe even a final column that adds 3% to that, because I believe that's the cadence that we're looking at. So it's a lot of information, and that's really what I wanted Mr. Crutchfield to give a little bit of information on tonight in terms of where that is, and what he knows, and our staff as well, whether that be Dr. Lassane or I'm not sure if Ms. Ojija will have anything there, because we've just all been sort of working together to provide the data that goes into what it's going to look like, and then the process that we're talking about for how people will access that information. So I don't know, where do we want to start with? Do you want to start with Mr. Crutchfield or Dr. Lassane?
I think it would probably be best to start with Mr. Crutchfield.
Yeah.
And then come back to the policy at the end.
Okay, all right. So Mr. Crutchfield, can you just briefly talk about, confirm everything that I just said, or change it and make it right?
No, that's all good. I have been working with your finance and HR folks to calculate the data for the 24-25 potential pay if the board were to enact the schedules. I've also run into a number of additional very experienced employees as I was going through and doing the individual calculations, and there are just so many of them that I have decided that although I don't like it, I'm going to propose 60% ranges from minimum to maximum for the current grade 61 and above jobs. I had hoped to keep those ranges smaller than that, but I've found so many very experienced employees that would have to have their salaries capped if we had smaller ranges. The 60% ranges do allow everyone to benefit fully from the proposed reclassifications. And and then I've also run into an awful lot of jobs that I did not find in the Hill study document. And so I've spent a lot of time working with finance and HR, classifying those jobs as I think they would be appropriately classified. And as I think also that the Hill study would have classified them if they had had access to those same job titles. I know your HR staff is going to have a lot of work ahead of them to get more consistency in their classification job titles. I'm not sure if I've mentioned this before in either of your meetings, but best practices in HR is to have 2 job titles for each job, a classification title and a working job title. The classification title is what's important when you're doing the classifications, when you're assigning them to pay grades, and then the working job title is what you would use when you're hiring the people. I think that's a fairly brief summary of the things that I've been working on, and I'll let your HR staff and your finance staff or Dr. Moore chime in from there.
I'll just say a couple of things. Our target for getting this out would be before the end of the week, next week. We want to beta test it a little bit. We are actually hoping to have it be an electronic format, something where people can use an individual unique identifier for themselves as a Durham Public School System employee that would pull up their specific information for them. The document will include a couple of statements that it has to include, like what's projection and dependent on final salaries being, final budgets being allocated by the commissioners, the state, and then the Board of Education making a decision. There are a couple of other little qualifiers that we may have to throw in there, you know, and I have to tell you that part of what's making this take so long is the language used and the need to implement moving back to 22, 23 plus 11% versus some other language, because when the Hill study created schedules, there was an opportunity to clean up some things behind the scenes that are parts of how people get paid that can be really confusing and hard to track. And then we had to go back and undo all of it to go back to 22, 23 plus 11%. And then we're having to undo it all again as we move forward. So it's just been some, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of thing. And so, so we're working on all of that, and job titles is one of it. And some of the things that you'll find are things like tool stipends and other things that I've never really heard of before, but are actually pretty common. And so we have to have a statement in there about this is about salary. It's not about those other pieces. And so, so the people will know what it is that they're looking at. And that's not everybody in the district, but there are a few categories that have that common in their particular area. And then we'll also need to include a place for where and how folks can access if they have questions or they believe something is incorrect and that sort of thing, where they go with that. So. Any questions about the salary projection documents?
Ms. Byer?
No, I want to start with just appreciating the enormous amount of work this is and the patience of our staff as they wait patiently for information that is critical to them as they're planning for their families, and we're working to repair harm. One of the things you said that I'm still struggling with is you're thinking around needing to include the consultant amounts when we know that in some of those categories they were erroneous, and whether it would be best just not to, and it's hard for me to answer people when they saw that and they felt it was just right finally. But I believe putting that out erroneously in some categories is harmful, and I just wonder what y'all's thinking is on whether that's important to include or not.
Well, I will say that for me, it's about a direct comparison. Because whether there were issues with the Hill implementation and where those final schedules landed, it is still what the board voted on and implemented. And so for that reason, I think that it would be what employees would expect to see. You know, we find ourselves explaining all over again what is not right with the schedules or why they were problematic to implement. But you know, maybe hearing it again is helpful again as they move forward within the context of what it looks like. And I, you know, I think I just have to say one more time, the work to get to both and these are not always the same, market rate, living wage, and is not a static end. It's a moving target. And so that moves are going to continue to be made. And there were places where the Hill study ended up, especially at the top end of the scales, beyond what market rate was. That's where they started, but where they ended was beyond it based on how the steps were done in between. So I think that's something else it's probably not discussed a lot. And that's also why when people see what they had and what it looks like now and what it might look like moving forward, there will continue to be a disconnect for some folks. But the simple question that you asked about why we'd include it would be because it's what was implemented. And I think that people want to compare it to that. And even though it may not be a relevant comparison because of additional information that we have determined, it is still what they were paid for 3 or 4 months.
And would we be projecting and moving them forward for an additional year of experience or with the are we projecting them for next year? Or are we projecting them for if we implemented this year?
Who's got the answer to that question? Have we determined the answer to that question? Because that's been asked before.
From my standpoint, some of that would be budget contingent. And keep in mind that there's a lot in this regarding steps that perhaps Mr. Crutchfield can address that would be aligned to the answer to that question. And I don't know that we have all of the information for that yet, absent a budget.
So I can tell you what I want to do and then go from there. What I want to do is project a year forward. And because I think that's what you add the 3% to for sure. And because otherwise you're holding a year, right? And so I think you have to do it that way. I do believe that when we were running the numbers with Mr. Crutchfield's assistance, we felt like the amount that we were requesting would cover that. So, Ms. Crutchfield, do you have any thoughts on that?
The other thing I would point out, the board's 11%. The way I looked at that was unfreezing a number of steps that had been frozen. When you added that 11%, it had the effect of unfreezing some steps that had been frozen in past years. Yes, I think if you got the full $8+ million from the county, you could probably add another step next year. But the first thing you need to do is implement the reclassification with that money. And then if you can get the reclassification implemented, then you can start on a path of each year asking for additional money for additional step or additional experience increments.
Yeah, thank you.
That's helpful. The other thing that before I just stop and listen to colleagues is this notion of competitive compensation in the general principles that leads and guides this policy. And so we got here fighting for our workers, this board, trying to move everyone to 17 an hour at least as a starting place, as our public entities in the city and the county have accelerated their raises for their employees beyond what we can afford and what the state is sharing for our employees. Then we got here with compression issues. And so, and we get here sitting here with a lot of tech employers and a lot of folks that have wages and that are higher than public schools can bear. And we sit here by Chapel Hill School District, which has a special usage tax that no one can touch. So what are we thinking of that is a relative labor market when this board clearly aspires to lead the state in every job category, and yet there is tension in what we can do with the local funds appropriated? And granted, the manager's budget proposal is still under negotiation, but we still don't even have the money to make these folks, our classified staff, whole this year. And so I guess I'm asking, when you think of this term relative labor market, we're committed to, within available funds, offering salaries that align with the relative labor market for each position. How are we thinking about that, and who can we compete with realistically, and what is too much aspiration so that I don't know. How can we do the best we can?
So let me just add a point of clarification here. I believe that Board Member Byer has moved into some of the language that's in the draft policy. That's okay. That's okay. So and before we go to that, are there any other questions about the salary projection work that's going on?
I do have a question. Thank y'all for this update. I know this is something we asked for, and I'm realizing that this task is, it's a big task to get done. So I appreciate you all thinking about it. I have a couple of comments. One, Mr. Crutchfield, you mentioned we have so many experienced employees, which I think is really incredible. So you were able to move the ranges. Do we feel like the approximately 8.8 million that we asked from the county will still make sure we cover those costs?
Yes, the 8.8 million was calculated to make sure that everybody would get the reclassification increase or the 11%, whichever was greater.
Got it.
All employees, and that would include even the highest paid ones.
Thank you. That's helpful. I think I like the idea of using the electronic. People have a login, they can get in. I do think we just need to remember that some of our folks don't have laptops and aren't assigned computers. So we can make sure we maybe send it out via text, or it's mobile savvy, to make sure that all of our employees could have access to this information. And we might need to think really strategically about it, because we are at the end of the school year. And so how do we also make sure that, we send this out, but people have an opportunity to get to the FAQs and talk to whoever they might need to talk to if they have some questions, some type of office hours or something like that, to be able to understand that. I just want to make sure we're mindful of that, especially for some of our classified employees. They're not issued laptops and computers. So how do we make sure we get this information to them? Those are all my questions on that first.
Thank you.
Ms. Carter Alton.
My questions kind of straddle the line between the notification and the policy, so we could defer them if it ends up making more sense. But I was in receiving the messages and hearing tonight through public comment, the deaf and hard of hearing folks, and about the nurses. It reminds me about our conversation about labor market and comparing to neighboring counties, and how that is challenging because of the way that different counties and districts pay, especially these types of employees. But it makes me, like, if I'm looking back at the message from the deaf and hard of hearing staff, and they're referencing the October, one of their asks is to return to the October salary where they were, let's see, they're now paid on average $932 less per month than they were promised in October, and they want that back because that is market rate. So I guess I'm left still wondering, like, when we implement what we're planning, what we're hoping to be able to implement, is it still going to be the case that some of our staff are still truly far from what neighboring districts are paying them, or is that not they could pay them, or is that not the case? Maybe they're not what Duke might pay them, but
Yeah.
are you able to?
I think there are some categories where that is might be harder to determine than others. I think I think the data that they said about it being around $900 a month less is accurate. I met with gentlemen and we ran some numbers on it. I thought it was, and I think, you know, I appreciate in the letter the statement that they understand that being included in the proposal for the additional supplement is a step in the right direction for that. But it does not make up for the difference. I don't know if the difference was concentrated more at if it was the beginning of the range, and it's part of the issue is, you know, how quickly they moved up the ladder in terms of experience and how much it changed the salary that way. I also know that this information was also in the letter. There are neighboring districts that rather than filling and staffing positions, rely on contracts with community agencies to do this work. And, you know, and in my conversation with DPS staff member about this, there are advantages to being a DPS staff member in terms of the, you know, and having the benefits that go with it and the relationships that you build with students and the assignments to schools that are different when you are on a contract, when the district has a contract with folks that just come in and complete the tasks. So I think it is remarkable and a good and special thing that most of these staff are on DPS staff and not contractors. But, and, you know, I will also say that I was sort of joking about staff that could very well leave the district and open up an LLC and make more money off of us. Yeah, that's not a good thing. So, and I think it's something to think about, but I think if we take a look at where the schedules are, you know, we can look at it again. And I don't know if the fact that so many folks contract and so they're in the private sector that changes what market rate looks like, right? As opposed to school system employees. So those are questions those are wonders that I have, but they're over my level of experience with really understanding. I don't know if Mr. Crutchfield has a better explanation for why, in particular, like for the interpreters and sign language and deaf hard of hearing, there was such a big difference in the schedule that he has proposed versus what Hill had. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
And I don't think we want to be at a point where I don't think we can pay what a contracted employee could pay, but we want to be able to try to be competitive with our neighbors where they're actually employing their own employees. But yeah, I would be curious to know if Mr. Crutchfield knows why in this case there were, or which employees there might have been that experienced such a significant pay decrease when we reverted back to.
And whether it was at certain levels,
Yes.
you know, if there's a place where it happens in the scale and gets wider versus where it starts, because I think that's another question.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. And I just want to, like the bearer of bad news, talk about though this implementation is pending the budget request, right? So I just want to be clear, even when we're talking about what we want to do, it's all pending what that budget request was. So the salaries are pending what that might be.
Right.
Any other questions or comments from board members on this portion? All right, we're going to transition now to the policy portion of this presentation.
Right. I'll turn over to Dr. Lessane to just talk about the general organization and items in the policy and what's to come.
Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Moore, Chair Umstead, and members of the board. Administration brings to you a draft salary administration policy. As mentioned earlier, Dr. Giovanni and I engaged a working group to continue this task of addressing not only the policy, but also mentioned earlier, regulations and procedures. This draft policy is designed to highlight our DPS values of striving for competitive wages to recruit, retain, and reward staff. That's a piece we often forget. Specifically outlined, you see in the design of the policy, we talk about 4 guiding principles, which are centered around competitive compensation that considers our unique labor market. We just had a discussion about that. Fair placement on salary schedules based on the role. What is the role designed to be? Experience and qualifications. Equitable administration of this in a fair, consistent, and transparent manner. And I'm going to add that's easily understood. Our employees need to know how we arrive at that compensation, as well as recognition of relevant experience. Furthermore, in the drafted policy, we wanted to clarify roles and responsibilities for key individuals involved in the execution of salary administration, from the highest level with the board's role for advocacy and development approving policy, the superintendent's role in budget development and execution, including contract recommendations, as well as oversight for compensation that occurs within the district. Human resources, high responsibility to set salary, provide guidance and analysis, review actions and practices, as well as conduct salary reviews. Human resources and financial services working in concert to verify funding, as well as the finance's key role in that budget development process. And we also felt it was important to highlight in this, for any employee that has supervisory responsibilities, their duty to comply with policy and facilitate job descriptions as designed. Often what we hear from employees is, I've taken on more and more and more and more, and that other duties as assigned is not designed to just throw everything into it. And so making sure that there are processes that if a job changes significantly, then it needs to be reviewed. These are the key components that you will find in the policy at this moment. Superintendent Moore has already covered some of the key next steps, but I do want to highlight just a few additional things. Not only our role in further developing the policy, but also developing those regulations and procedures. Some of what you can expect to see in the regulations and procedures are a key thing for our staff, which is the calculating of relevant years of experience. What does that process look like? There is a ton of other compensation to consider that we need to clearly outline processes for: extra duty, stipends, differentials, all of those sorts of things that you've heard. How do we come to a hold harmless? That became a very important term. And so this is an opportunity in those regulations and procedures to clarify all of those things. Establishing a process for review. One of the things that I've been able to share since I've been here, and I have appreciated conversations I've been able to have with Superintendent Moore, is around the sole decision about setting compensation when someone comes to have a review should involve other stakeholders. So convening a salary review committee that is able to process all of the information and have input when you're looking at changes across an organization is imperative to ensure that you keep things fair and equitable. And really making sure that we're clear on a process that all compensation must have an approval process and what that approval process looks like, outlining all of that in those regulations and procedures. I would also like to highlight part of what would be woven into that is what Mr. Crutchfield referenced earlier, which is a point about job titles. We're actually working on those now. Yes, those two. And sometimes you have other areas that you have to note as well with those job titles. We are working on realigning those now. And I just want to point out, remember, we're also looking at our transition to new systems, to update our systems. It is imperative that what goes into a new system is clean. We do not want to take any of the things that we know we need to improve into a new system. And alignment of job titles between HR and finance is crucial to that process. So we're actually reviewing, I just want to share with the board, we've actually started that process with our job titles, but I've also reached out to some key colleagues to just get naming conventions from some best practices from districts across the state to make sure that we have fully thought of the whole span of how we would change those titles. To highlight some of what Chair Umstead, I want to capture this and then open up the floor for questions. I want to address access. We have already discussed having technology at key sites where people can come if they do not readily have that. We've got to test it, but it is supposed to be phone friendly. But I think beyond that, our employees need someone to help. Often it's not just the technology access, is the understanding of that too. We will be setting a new schedule with office hours and a team that we will continue to convene to meet with employees. We have set those appointments for 15-minute increments. And so we need to stick to that in order to be able to get to as many employees as necessary, as well as maintaining email access to correspond. That is a portal that numerous people have access to and can respond. And so that is an overview of where we are. Please note this is again is not first reading yet, but it is so important that we felt we need to make sure that the public and is able to hear the direction as well as to inform. Thank you.
One other thing that I think we could possibly also do is, I know that we've gotten at least one other policy from a North Carolina district that has a similar salary administration policy. We can share that with the board so you can see what it is. It's organized a little bit differently than this one, but we're looking at both of them. And maybe you can provide some individual feedback on what you see in the other policy that exists. And, we will continue to work together to gather additional feedback and to try to make sure. And we also know that although RNP is how you implement a policy and move forward and is not generally something that requires board approval, we do plan to bring you the RNP so that you can see and provide feedback on that as well.
Thank you. Superintendent Moore. Can I, I'm just gonna jump in on the RNP. What do you feel like the timeline is as a policy? And I feel like they kind of need to come together, the policy and the RNP. And so just wanted to know what the timeline might be for those.
So if we're, I don't want to, I hate over promising and under delivering. And look, they're nodding their heads no over there. I think prior to final adoption of the policy, you would at least need to see a draft RMP. But go ahead, Tanya, tell me why I'm wrong.
No, you were exactly right. I just want to say that part of what's kind of holding us back on the RMP is we need the board to kind of give us this policy, right? That kind of sets that direction, and that gives us that 20,000 feet, and that helps us inform what we're going to put into those RMPs. If you guys come back and say, oh, that's not important, or we don't want that piece, I mean, I'm just going to say something ridiculous for Durham, right? If you come and say, well, equity is not really a priority for us, right? If you said that, then when we're looking at how we are putting things in the RMP and the implementation piece, that informs it. So I agree with what Superintendent Moore is saying, that, before you can adopt them together, but it could be that they just kind of bump up against each other a little bit more. And you all know that I am a measure 10 times cut once person. And so I don't want us to rush into something and then people get frustrated again. So we really are, we've got this group, we're scheduled to meet, and we're going to be very intentional about that, making sure that we've got as many voices around the table to inform that, and they've already done that. We've met once already. So it is Superintendent Moore's expressed an urgency for Dr. Lassane and myself to really move this forward. We've reached out, I think Adam Mitchell with Tharrington is kind of working with us so we can expedite it, but I just want us to be careful around maybe holding off on this. It could be, because there's lots of policies that say the superintendent shall adopt regulations, right? I think that this is kind of the board's wheelhouse with the caveat that you may decide that when you look at this other policy, Superintendent Moore mentioned, that you want to push some more things into that, which will then again color kind of what those RMPs look like. And to her point, this isn't something that she is just going to issue without board input. It will be similar to, we have several RMPs that are similar to that the board has kind of pseudo adopted as well. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I think I would like some feedback on this policy, and then we can kind of simultaneously as the working group be working on those RMPs and bring them, but we need some direction from the board a little bit on where you all are with the salary administration, because it is a rare policy. I think there's 3, 4, maybe 3 or 4 districts in
And
North
that's it.
Carolina that have any form of a salary administration policy. So, and of course, this is Durham, right? And as I've learned from y'all that, I mean, we stand alone, right? We always want to lead in Durham and be equitable and forward thinking. So just, that's always kind of the lens that I approach these with. I'm not just gonna take somebody else's and, plug in Durham, but we as an administration would appreciate, I think.
I would add just one quick caveat to that. One of the things that I really appreciated about the working group is session 1. We were trying to focus on the policy, but we kept coming back to RMP. And that was very, very rich discussion. And even from that group, it came out that, well, we need this representation at the table. And so I do think in the process, this kind of organic process that Dr. Giovanni is describing is important. But to me, what's more important is the thoughtfulness and making sure that we're catching all of those points that we were getting. We're saying, we're putting this in the document for RMP, we're holding on to this, but we will need the time to go back and make sure that we do not cut short that rich discussion and feedback that we even got in the first meeting with this group. And so I feel like I would be missing something if I did not say that on behalf of what we even heard meeting 1. And so being able to go through that process is extremely important to make sure that we develop rich, strategic, thoughtful, and lasting RMPs.
I'm gonna go to Ms. Chavez and then I'll swing around to you, Ms. Byer.
That's fine. Well, thank you for this. I'm excited that we are going to implement it. I think it's very clear. And I had two questions. One was about the let's see, in the 4th general principle, recognition of relevant experience, where it says credit for verified experience. Sorry, credit for verified experience will be considered. It just struck me as perhaps needing, we should add something like through an equitable and consistent process. Perhaps that gets at the RNP's piece, but I just want to, is there a way to reassure, my bigger desire is this, to reassure employees that we will have a consistent process for verifying experience and that this policy points to that.
So I would say, I think it's the interplay of 2 guiding principles in particular, and really more than 2, but 2 key ones. So if you've got to weave in the recognition of relevant experience with the equitable administration. So all of those things that you said there, fairness, consistency, transparency, equity, all of that is how I almost see a graphic ultimately when we move forward with this. But that is extremely important. And I think it's included here. It's designed to be included here in that other guiding principle.
Okay.
That sounds fine to me. And that makes sense that it is the, the combination, or it's a mix of all of those different principles. And then my other question was around actually there are two places: implement a salary review process under superintendent, and then under human resources, facilitate process for a collaborative interdepartmental salary review. This might get into process as well, but is there anything we should say about the frequency with which we would do those things?
So for implementing a salary review process, there are a couple of thoughts that I can think of in terms of how that might operate. It is generally not something that you could reasonably do like on an annual basis because of the number of positions and all that we have. That's just not going to work. But things that might trigger something would be a reorganization in a department, creation of new positions, for example, a reduction of positions that required redistribution of duties and those kinds of things, an influx of funds to create an additional arm or branch of a division or department or hire additional staff. And those are things that might be driven by funding that's provided, the circumstances of the district with the number of positions, what the hiring, the department sort of head of that particular area might be doing in terms of organizing their people. But there are other things that could trigger something like an employee that believes that their duties haven't grown over the last couple of years from what they were originally hired to do, and they might want to request that their salary be reviewed. If there is movement that happens in one part of the organization with reclassification of positions, for example, where something might go from being a director to a senior director or an executive director or something along those lines, then you want to take a look at what's happening in other divisions or departments as well. So that's why you want to look at organizational charts also. And implementing a salary review process includes, that's why it has to be a multifunctional group. It cannot sit only in HR. HR can lead that work, and they have the experts that will look at things like job descriptions and salaries in other places and those sorts of things, because that's what they've got their training in. But you're going to need a chief of staff or a deputy superintendent or other folks to be around that table as well, because they've got understanding of organizational charts in other parts of the district. And when I am advocating for someone to be moved from a director role to a senior director role, then I need to be able to look at that job description and other job descriptions that are in that same area in other parts of the organization to ensure that there is parity. Not just in the duties and the roles and the responsibilities, but in how salaries are established and ranges happen and experience is granted. So that's why you have to have folks from different divisions or departments. And certainly the division or department that is advocating for the change needs to be at the table as well, in terms of providing that lens around what the advocacy is. So those are just some general thoughts, and then they make a recommendation to the superintendent and provide that documentation around the roles and responsibilities, the pay grades in other areas, the justification for the change, whatever it might be, for an ultimate they make a recommendation for final approval, if you will.
A couple of things that I would just add from prior experience with salary review committee. Generally, you're going to start out, your demand's going to be higher in the beginning. Okay. And so you might be on a very specific schedule in the beginning, but even with that schedule, you have to allow time in between, because as the recommendations are coming in that you're to review, then there's always work in the background that HR and finance have to do to prep materials to bring to that team. However, after the longer you have this process, what you find is you will work your way into a period of time that it could be based on the demand. And you may not have it, it's as those requests come in, because what you should be doing is by calibrating everything along with this process, you kind of work your way out of having to meet more frequently. But you're going to have to invest that time on the front end, and the committee will have to commit that time when you begin a salary review process that is interdepartmental.
And then I'll say just two other quick things. I think having a review that has recently occurred and that may be implemented by the board with market rate schedules gives you some background already for where you may start some of the things that you review, or any changes that occur to that. I think that it might be a good thing if we're going to implement something like this in a policy that you also perhaps engage in getting some baseline data around an organizational audit that could happen also in a district. And I think having a new superintendent come in, that's a good time to do something like that as well. And those things sort of provide the baseline that you need to engage in this type of work.
Thank you. That's very helpful and to understand. And it makes me wonder where all of that will be documented, what you just said. And what is appropriate to put in this policy versus what should be documented elsewhere. Particularly the things that you named about, like what would trigger the salary review. And then my concern would just be that I don't want us to go too long without it. Is there a guardrail? Not that we put in, you have to do this every year is not realistic, but some kind of, time period, max time that we would not want to go past without doing a salary review.
Super interesting thought there, because we have that sort of a cadence with our facility needs assessments, right? I mean, that's what I'm thinking about as you say this, but we don't have that sort of a cadence when it comes to salaries. And I think that is perhaps a condition that we've accepted around how we are funded with regards to how we're able to move on salaries. I don't think that it has to be a condition that we accept, but it also can cause some level of frustration if you do the work but don't have an outlet to sort of control the outcome. So
That makes sense. I think absolutely the financial constraints, probably in many areas, many industries, make for people not reviewing salaries or wages and what's actually equitable for people.
I mean, people can control things in private industry and other places where they do cost of living increases, adjustments for inflation, things that we talk about in education, but we have no control over and are not even going in the right direction.
My last thing, I think nonetheless, knowledge is power. So where can we put in something here where we will, make sure we gather that information on some regular basis?
So off the top of my head, hearing your question, what popped in my head is kind of you would have, and we could put in there possibly that administration is instructed to bring an update every year or 2 years, just a quick report kind of like for how, many folks came in, how many reviews happened, kind of where, like kind of what the temperature is or the climate was for the salary, and just kind of start there. Because to Superintendent Moore's point and to your point, people can do salary studies. You don't want to spend, 6 figures on a salary study every 2 or 3 years, and then we all know we can't afford it, right? And so I think that may give us kind of a baseline to come in, and you kind of put that on us, right? Staff to come in and say, we had to change this and we had to change this and we were looking at this and this was off kilter, et cetera, et cetera. And then y'all could kind of get that feedback from us. That's a start. I mean, this is all brand new, but I think that to me is possibly a start. And then we could always, similar to how we do with the the 90,000 limit, right? Like anytime there's a new CFO, a new superintendent, we went back and looked at it. So it could be something like that. Anytime, like we bring that report in, but if there's something else that triggers it, we could bring to the board kind of some feedback so that people aren't just saying, oh, board, we've talked to HR, we've talked to the deputy, we talked to the chief of staff, and nothing's kind of happened. And it's been hundreds of us. So I think you put that onus on us to make sure that y'all are in the loop on kind of where the salaries are shaking out, including and finance as well.
I like that idea. I think that would be helpful so we can know, yeah, where are people requesting changes or where have we had to like realign. I still am interested in this idea though, like we do with like capital needs, even though we can't afford all of our capital needs, but we're doing an assessment of what they are. So why can't we do that with salary? And I feel like, is it fair to people to say we just can't afford what you deserve? And some of you, might be working in the labor distribution might not be fair, but I would still push, and I'll stop talking so my colleagues can answer, or chime in if you want to, but I would still be interested in some kind of regular cadence of.
And I think I think it's a great idea. I just don't know what's reasonable. This would not be something that every place I've ever talked to anybody about it, they were always overdue. They should have done it a long time ago, and it's been X number of years since the last time they did one. So I think maybe we could find out if there are districts that have any kind of a cadence, or even if we check with private industry that might do this, how often, because I have no idea what makes sense.
I can inform that a little bit, and I am aware Board Member Rogers has a question, but just super quick. We did the compensation studies of all compensation studies by trying to do all classified staff at the same time. So along with that cadence, what a lot of model, I would say, school districts do is they put the cadence by categories of employees. And so they put them, so this year we're going to do transportation and the review is focused there, or this year we're going to do this group of people. And so just to your point, if you want to think about a cadence, that is something to consider.
I just want to chime in on the cadence.
Chime in here just a second. Best practices are that you would do a thorough salary study every 4 to 6 years. That was the cadence that we were using in my previous school district. And although I think you can get some benefit from doing groups of employees on a more frequent basis, but really compensation is about internal equity and external equity. And you can't do both of those by segregating out just groups of employees. So I really do think you need an overall thorough salary study every 4 to 6 years. And also, if you have an active review committee like you've been talking about, that probably argues for more frequent rather than less frequent, because you would be assigning a lot of new jobs that probably would need to be evaluated in the context of all the other jobs in the district. Sorry to break in like that.
Thank you.
No problem. Thanks so much. I agree with Ms. Chavez. I would like to see us add some language around the cadence. We had not done any language around cadence with our redistricting, and it is now a part of the Growing Together policy adoption. I think we do need, I think we're all in agreement that we need to look into best practices, but while I think it is the work of the administration to make sure that this is done, it doesn't necessarily have to be a huge investment every time. But We also want to take the pressure off different classifications of employees coming and calling and saying it's been far too long because we have a rhythm that is set up. We also, as board members, need to use that information to advocate for more funding, both on the state level and on the local level. Because if we aren't doing that, then the requests that we're making of the county aren't informed by what should be and what is comparable to other districts. Ms. Byer has talked about this several times. I think that it's going to be important to us to work with the county commission to see if we can add some pieces to the MOU to make sure that our folks are keeping up with the pay on their level. And so that will help us both with keeping employees in DPS so they don't go to the city and the county, and we're keeping up with the payments. Or with the pay rates. But also help us to advocate to them. And they do it frequently. And maybe we should find out what cadence they use. And we want to make sure that we're avoiding that compression, which is gonna keep reoccurring. So, thanks, y'all.
I'm gonna go to Ms. Valladares and come into, I'm sorry, Ms. Byer. I think I said you after Ms. Chavez. So I'm gonna come from Ms. Valladares and then I'll come to you, Ms. Byer.
Thank you so much for this, this policy. I do have just a thought, just in reading the policy for salary administration, and it talks about our philosophy of competitive salary schedules. And then it just says compensation designed to recruit, retain, reward high quality and effective staff. Is this an overarching policy in terms of compensation, would you say? Like we intend it to be overarching?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I have one suggestion. If it's overarching in terms of a design to recruit, retain, reward high quality, effective staff, I'd like to see something added on there somewhere, and this is where I trust your judgment in terms of where it would fall, but extra duty contracts have been a conversation, because if we are talking about a strategy to recruit, retain, reward, one of the saddest stories in terms of our district are those folks that you mentioned before, like that are doing extra things. And at what point is there a review that maybe they need to get an extra duty contract? So I was wondering if, again, the placement of where that would fall as a strategy, whether it's in general principles, maybe just even acknowledging that those opportunities are also something that we believe in terms of our philosophy. But I do know that this is compensation more in the standard view of just a salary. So I understand that, but I'm thinking of opportunities to acknowledge when maybe an extra duty contract is needed.
I think there could be, I think that's good feedback. I think there are other sample policies that do have some language around extra duty in the overarching policy as a form of compensation, so to speak. Extra duty is something that we've been talking about a bit in the district. They're smiling all over there laughing. We need to tighten our language, I think, a bit around what's an extra duty, what's a stipend, what might be an hourly contract. Right now, we use the same term for a lot of things, and it has led to perhaps a lack of understanding of what extra duty actually could be. We haven't defined it well, and so it means something different from one location to another location. What one school might pay someone to do outside of their normal work hours versus what another school might choose to pay someone to do out of work hours, and whether or not they're paying them the same amount right now are all kind of in flux. So I think that it would be helpful as a part of creating this policy and acknowledging these other ways that we want to support compensating staff, that we define what we mean by extra duty, that we create schedules, that we create some parity around what people should be paid and what for. If we want to create and have, whether at the school level or the district level, specific amount of funds that are set aside for other kinds of things that we might call stipends or work or something else, then we could, contract, we should do that. But right now, a lot of things are called extra duty. And there's not a lot of parity, consistency, or quite frankly, equity in that. And it makes it very, very hard. You also you can't define it at the beginning of the year, so you never know how much it's going to impact your budget. Or do we say, oh, you can pay extra duty, and then in March we've run out of money, can't pay it anymore, but you asked somebody to do something that was going to be, work that actually happened all year long and every month. Can't do that. So we have to define it. We have to define it from within the funds that we have available and the priority duties that are established. And we will need stakeholder feedback from principals and staff in schools about what those duties are. And then we look at what the funds are that we have available, look at models from other places, and determine how we're going to move forward. There's work that has to be done there. We have already started it.
Thank you. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate you and Ms. Ojijo and Mr. Crutchfield and Dr. Lassane helping kind of reveal some inconsistencies and significant room for fiscal responsibility moving forward. Shining a light on that is how we move forward, and I appreciate your leadership in that. And I apologize for asking questions out of order earlier. I just saw this as one big important topic on the Precies, and I think we all feel burned this year by wanting to aspire to this competitive compensation, to knowing that the state doesn't pay folks enough. So I just wanted to kind of name that as we, and not overpromise to our staff what we don't have the local funds to do, as we still try to lead, right? So I think I will be brief. I think this should kind of maybe consider intersecting with policy 7600, our living wage policy, and some overlap or commitment there. I appreciate Ms. Rogers reminding us of needing to put into the MOU with the county commissioners that shared desire for living wage, our living wage to match theirs, our starting wage at least. And frankly, maybe the raises that they give their staff should match the raises that we give our staff as we model and budget together when at all possible. So if they're giving 5%, they budget for us 5%, something along those lines. I wonder about making sure that we commit to value, like Mr. Crutchfield said, employees with more than 30 years of experience, that they don't freeze at year 30, that we keep moving folks, and that we codify that in policy. And maybe somewhere the notion of professional growth, whether it belongs here or in this other policy that you're talking about, but we invest in our people, we send them to training, we pay for certifications, we do the TA to teacher. I don't know where it belongs, but I think that's a shared value of this district as we talk about helping employees move to the next level of their career, get certifications they need in the trades, whatever, those kind of things. But I look forward to continue to work on this. And who should folks contact if employees have feedback that they want to give? Is there someone taking the point on this policy itself? I know you'll have the working group. It's you, Dr. Lassane.
It would be me.
Okay, so they
Yes.
could just email you, that's your.
They could just email me. I would like it better if it went to right now, because we have this active compensation study, the compensation study email.
Oh, there's a specific. email.
It's compensation study at dpsnc.net.
Oh, the one
It
from
just
before.
helps funnel
Yep.
all
Okay.
of that.
That would be great. That's good feedback. Thank you.
If we can get that in the summary, when we send the summary out to folks around what happened at this meeting, I think that'd be helpful to capture that compensation study at DPS. Yes, Ms. Valladares.
In the craft, as this policy was crafted, I have a question. As I look through the policy, I see all the stakeholders, roles and responsibilities. That part B is very important. So it says the school board, the roles of school board members, and there's A through E for that one, and then superintendent A through F, human resources A through F, similar to the superintendent. Financial services, though, I want us to sit just a second here. Because I see just 2 points for financial services, and I just wanted to hear a little bit more about, or is there something else that we envision in terms of this process and the role that financial services plays in this salary study? I'd like to see at least, as I sit there, I collaborate with human resources to verify funding for compensation administration. That, yes, that collaboration between departments is so important. And then the recommendations to the superintendent. Are we missing something? Is there, and I'm thinking at it from my reference point as a board member.
Yeah.
So I guess like that connection between financial services and maybe the board.
I do think, I mean, in terms of salary administration, there is some language that could be added, like, providing support to the salary review process by providing data and that sort of thing. I want to be real careful that, financial services makes sure that we have the money, and they make sure that our processes and systems and that sort of thing are working to implement what we have and within budget, but they are not generally in a decision-making role around what happens with the money, and you don't want them to be, right? So I get where you're coming from, and there may be some places that their role can show up here, but
I'm thinking more like communication, or sharing of this information. So I think throughout this whole entire document, communication doesn't really show up in any way, but that's all in the mix in every single aspect of this, in terms of the reports, the salary schedules that are, the budget.
And that is where the budget book is developed and the charts and the tables and that sort of thing come from. So there's certainly some connection there to making sure that the information in there is accurate, digestible, that they're a resource.
Fair enough. I guess we'll kind of sit on that. And if there's something that we envision
We're
also.
thinking,
Yeah.
we're thinking.
Thank you.
Ms. Carlton.
I'll be brief. My colleagues have said so much, and I appreciate what's been said in the recommendations already. So just wanted to also say that I'm in favor of a cadence, maybe on a 5-year or whatever. I appreciate the desire to look at what other districts are doing and learn from them. And I appreciate Board Member Byers' recommendation or reminder to consider the training and that folks are bringing in, and wonder if this value about recognition of relevant experience could just be expanded to include recognition of relevant experience and training, or if there's room for that. And maybe when we're looking at other policies to see if anybody's doing that type of thing. And yes, lots of appreciation for all the work that's gone into this. And this is exciting to see that we're doing. Thank you.
I have a couple comments or questions too as well. Thank y'all again for all this work. I wanted to know what roles are represented in the focus group that's been looking at this policy so far.
Dr. Giovanni, you want to take that one?
Or if you need to follow up.
No, I had it open earlier.
Okay.
And I can share that, but we've got several directors. I think there's an art teacher, a PE teacher, an EC teacher, the director for federal programs, the senior executive director for federal programs, senior executive director for building services. Trying to go around the Zoom call that we were on, but it's quite varied. And kind of to Dr. Lassane's point, we did get some feedback from the group, and they indicated that we did need to add some other folks from operations that kind of, because the only person we have right now, I think, is the senior executive director for building services, but that's a good chunk of it. So I did talk with him, Mr. Davis, maybe a couple days ago, and he did give me some names to suggest, and I'm going to reach out to those folks and see if they would be available to join these meetings, just to make sure you can keep it manageable. I mean, it was, you know, but it's about 12 people. And I think when we add those, maybe 13, I think one teacher was not able to join. So we're doing it at 4 o'clock so that we want to make sure we've got, the Easley principal. So we want to make sure we had a principal in there. And again, you want to be respectful again of, you know, principal's time and teacher's time. So we're trying to make sure we accommodate that. But it is a varied group, but I am happy to share who those folks are with the board. And once I don't want to sit here and fumble with my computer to get the list, but it was very thoughtful. And I think I talked with you, Superintendent Moore, kind of with the list of kind of the proposed folks. And just to make sure that, you know, I don't want to be the one person saying this is who's on this committee. So it was collaborative figuring out who was even going to be kind of in the group, and got feedback on that. And I think that people were very vocal, to Dr. Lassane's point, very much, you know, there was no power dynamic based on the statements that were made. I think we have a data manager. We've got a lot of different folks on there but still trying to keep it manageable, and then understanding that sometimes you want to keep it balanced because people that are in the supervisory role, they are seeing a lot of different folks, right? So that was the feedback that we got. I think people were they indicated that they were happy, they felt heard, they felt safe in sharing their concerns and making sure that we're hearing them, and that the whole group is hearing them. So there was pushback, and I'm excited about where we're going to go the next time we meet.
I will just also add that I wonder if, based on what you said already about how quickly discussion and questions sort of revolved around the types of items that might go into an RMP, that we may want to do, I don't know, we may want to add a couple of other folks that are going to be really more on the side of the folks that are directly impacted by salary administration to understand the RMP, right? Maybe just add a, you know, when you're working specifically on the RMP, maybe expand the group a little bit. Then the policy at the higher level of the board is one thing, but the RMP that is where staff go and where they'll get their answers to their questions. So you may want some more engagement there.
Thank you. That's helpful. I agree with that, trying to get some of the folks who are going to have to run the RMPs to be in that. The other question that I have is related to salary, but also sometimes not, is around promotions. And a process for when someone, how does one receive a promotion? Does that come with increased salary or not? And I think it can be, you know, depending on where you are and what happens, but I think we need a process for how that works in Durham Public Schools.
I will say that I think one of the things that would very much help with that is good job titles and job descriptions. And I will give you an example. You know, sometimes I call myself an equal opportunity offender with the things that I think about. But I came across in the not too distant past a job title wherein there are a number of people that have that job title. And then there was a person within that group that was the lead of that job title. And the lead of that job title gets an extra amount of money to be the lead. I believe that should be a different job classification, not an extra amount of money, so that anybody who has lead in their title, it's actually a separate job description, not just an extra amount of money that's tacked on to an existing job description. So, and so I think, and then we would actually clean up a lot of things in our database, and you'd have a better structure from which to go. So I think part of it is tied to how we create job descriptions and job classifications. That would help, I think, clear up some of it, because then it's clear that something is a promotion because it has a different salary step, it has a different schedule, it's got a different job description. But because seems to me that if you've got the exact same title and you're in the exact same division and department, then other than experience or something like that, there wouldn't be necessarily those differences unless you've got it defined in policy. If it's related to a degree that you have or a specific training or certification or those kinds of things, yes. But, and then again, I think those things should be baked into salary schedules, and part of what the board approves. And so you can pull it up on the website and you can see, I mean, even something as simple as, whether it's level or magnet or non-magnet or a year-round or not year-round, if there are additional dollars associated or compensation associated with different types of schools and that sort of thing, it's part of your schedule, it's part of what the board adopts.
Yeah, I think that part is really important because I think, and some of this might be in that salary review committee, but I think there's also another piece where people have extra duties, reorganization, reevaluations, and what triggers a promotion versus not. And I think having that really clear, I feel like part of that probably needs to go in policy, and a lot of that might need to go in the regulations and promotion. Regulations and procedures. But I just think we need some really clear guidelines and expectations around that.
This would be not just promotions, but maybe you're talking about maybe something like around advancement or something like that.
Yes.
And so we can actually work on the language, but in the guiding principles under equitable administration, that's part of what's supposed to be captured where it says placement and movement on the salary schedules. I think that we can work with that language in the policy piece as well as all of the other things in RMP to make sure that that is addressed because that is an important point.
I think when I saw movement on the salary schedules, I thought about where I, in my current job, move versus if I became a senior executive or something like that.
Promotion was actually in that discussion.
Right.
Yeah.
The promotion,
So we can
advancement,
make
something
that-
more explicit.
Yes.
Something more explicit, I think, would be important. And again, how does that always include money? Like, I think we need to get clear about some of those things. So anyway, that was all my questions. This is for discussion. I'm glad that we have a focus group looking at this. I do hope that, like we said in the minutes from this meeting, that we add for anyone has additional feedback to send it to the compensation study email address. We can make sure we can hear from folks.
It's my, I would like, if they could copy me, that would be helpful because like I'm kind of working with, Adam as well, and from that kind of the legal piece. So while Dr. Lassane is dealing with kind of that HR, the personnel piece, if they could copy.
I think we talked about sending it to compensationsstudy@dpsnc.net. So we'll just make sure you're added to that list.
Okay, that'll be
That's what I was
perfect.
going to
That's
say.
it.
I will
Okay.
make sure you have access.
Thank you.
Okay, no other further comments. This was just for discussion. The next item on our agenda or Mr. Crutchfield, sorry, before we move on, did you have any other comments?
No, not at this time. I will leave the meeting at this point and let you get on with your business.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the work you've been doing with us and for us. The next item on our agenda is closed session.
Move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Valladares. We move into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Valladares?
Aye.
Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton?
Aye.
Ms. Chavez?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
This is Jermaine Lewis, and I vote aye.
I vote aye as well. It passes unanimously. We're now in the closed session. We're back in open session. I'll pass it over to Interim Superintendent Moore.
Good evening again. I'd like to request approval of the personnel reports dated May 23rd, 2024.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Valladares. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Lewis is not joining us again virtually, so we will vote in our normal manner. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, use the same sign. It passes 5 with one abstention. All right, and with that, we are adjourned.